I'm just.
All right, and welcome. Oh,
you're good.
all right.
I'm just,
Are we good?
yeah, you're good. I'm
Okay.
just checking if the mic's active.
All right. Welcome to another exciting episode of A La Carte Rolls. We are holding a basic one-shot today, as quite a few, as you can tell, of our normal players are out of town. So we are going to keep the roll going with one of these one-shots. So today we got a little treat. It's called a Tiny Terrors one-shot. Each one of the players today are a small race, as they are finding themselves in a small coastal city trying to make the best of their living as they can, either by finding small jobs on their own or creating havoc as need be. Each one of our players today was approached in-game by a very mysterious stranger who seemed to be wearing a very long dusker cloak and a very deep-seated hat. No features showing, as they were even wearing gloves and high-set boots. But they were told that there's a home in the city that is host to a piece of their property that they would like received back, and in turn, each one of the participants paid handsomely for its safe retrieval. But before we get into the one-shot today, I'd like to give a big shout-out to our associative partners over at the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo that helps provide so many of the miniatures that we use in the campaign at an amazing price. So make sure, if you are in the Amarillo, Texas area, give them a check out. Let them know that the Dire Rolls sent you. Their address will be right there on the screen. Or if you don't like showing up in person, you can always check them out on their Facebook community pages, eBay, and even call them over the phone. They are more than happy to do business with you through the mail. Again, thank you, Adventurers Guild of Amarillo. And with that out of the way, let's hit that intro.
Welcome.
We are back from that intro. So, we now start off in a small coastal town on the small offshoot island of Mechanus. Each one of our players coming there from their own journeys, their own travels, or from not being too far off from the main city itself. It's a nice bustling coastal town, not one that you necessarily see on the large map, but definitely one you would stop through on a road trip. Each one of our players, given the address and coordinates to meet up at, find themselves at a fairly well-maintained rundown bar, as it seems to be fairly busy with mostly fishermen and the like coming in to spend their freshly earned catch money or their freshly earned market money from their fishmongering businesses. As our party shows up, I would like for each of you to roll me initiative, and that'll be how you enter into the building.
Fucking wow.
Let's go.
All right, Sam.
14.
14. All right. Grody.
9.
9. And Cardi.
7.
7. Amazing first rolls. Folks, hold on to the edge of the seat. It's going to be amazing. Sam, you find yourself arriving first. Many of the folk here not being used to a genasi of your design, as they see you making your way into the well-maintained rundown bar. You can read the sign up there, and it says the Hagfish, as it depicts a mermaid-like creature that has the body of an eel, but the top half of what you can only assume is a witch. being a play on the word hagfish that tend to plague the lower reaches of the ocean near the city. As you enter in, it's fairly lively. With it being midday, a lot of the fishermen start their mornings well before the sun has even woke up. So by the time they have gotten their pay and back to shore, it's already about noon. As you enter in, lively music can be heard by both professional musicians alike, transitioning to some rowdy, just simple ship shanties being sung by the patrons themselves in the meantime. The smell of alcohol and different types of meats and stews can be smelled throughout the building, just barely able to mask the natural musk of much of the working folk here inside. You find yourself walking through as not many stop to bother to gawk or stare at you, but every once in a while you do find it hard to make your way through the crowd, though your small stature makes it a little bit easier. As you come in, you can see that there's a couple seats available near the bar, but past that, with how crowded it is and your height, it's a bit harder to see what's going on. Would you like to try and find a table, or would you like to move towards the bar?
I'm gonna try to find the table.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantage due to your height.
Oh Lord. 19 on the dice.
With disadvantage, so you'll roll twice and take the lowest.
No. 12.
12 plus your perception. It'll be in alphabetical order under skills.
Might be over here.
Perception looks like you have a +3. So 15. So with a 15, you eventually find your way towards the back corner of the bar. Looks to be a booth that's available, one of the C booths that you can find in most places in the corner of the room. But past that, doesn't seem like there's too many open tables at the moment. So do you choose to take that, or what do you would like to do? Okay. As you make your way there, you can see that there's a waitress and waiter trying to make their rounds through the building, but you can tell that they're kind of having to stop at almost every table on the way, so maybe more. Go ahead and describe to us how you look.
Yes, description. I did not prepare for this.
It's just a blank T-pose.
Right.
Gary Mod T-pose, gotcha. So, would you look a lot like your miniature? Alright.
Yes.
So, being in Earth Genasi, choosing small as the size, most patrons are looking at what look to be a child's body, but with an acorn for a head instead of a normal human skull. So, the few that do look at you may take like a double take just to see a sentient acorn, but they do seem to keep moving as they've made their living off the ocean and probably seen a lot weirder.
Fix that.
Oh no! Hey, yo, pause.
So, Brody,
Oh shit.
as you're making your way into the tavern itself, not many people are paying attention to you as there's quite a few goblins who make their living out on the ocean. So not too many are kind of concerned with a goblin walking around the premises. As you make your way into the tavern that you were told to meet at, once again, it is as lively as you would expect. Having kind of traveled through the area a bit, you can understand that these fishing folk are quite rowdy once they get their money in. As you come in, you can see that it's quite busy. There's a couple seats left at the bar, with the bartender as well as his assistant kind of frantically getting drink orders and set in. Past that, you can't necessarily directly see an available table.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go sit at the bar.
All right. As you go to sit at the bar, there are plenty of patrons who are trying to get their drink orders taken, with both the waiter and waitress and the barkeep as well as his assistant frantically having to run back and forth. Go ahead and give me a dex saving throw. As you come closer to the bar, quite a few other people are trying to crowd in.
Alright. Fuck you. That dice hates me. 11.
11. So that'll be just enough as they're not trying to hurt you.
Yeah.
It's basically a DC 10. As you are able to swiftly move around them and make it to one of the available bar stools before the crowd meets at the bar to try and basically yell their orders out. As you can sit up there, you can now kind of get a higher view, so you can now see to where normally you couldn't.
Yeah.
Over most of the other patrons' heads. You do notice that there is an available table in the backhand corner with the waiter and waitresses kind of on the back half trying to take orders. You can see the bartender is about finished up taking an order and his assistant is trying to run and make drinks. Would you like to do anything from there?
So I was supposed to meet somebody here?
Yep, at this time.
I'll go sit at the table that I've just seen empty.
Okay. The most intriguing thing about the table, as soon as you are making your way there, you notice an acorn at first, and then it's connected to a body, and it just kind of has him sit down at the table.
Shit. Okay.
And so you're about halfway through the bar when the door opens one more time. And at this point, there's quite a few people who at the entrance, as long as they're not already wrapped up in either downing a pint or having a lively conversation, just kind of stop and look, as kinkus aren't exactly that common in this area, as they are used to most bird folk not being the friendliest, at least as far as being civil around fishmongers, as they tend to compete for the same resources. But noticing that you're a kinku and not an Aarakocra or an Owlin, they relax a bit, but they still kind of keep an eye on you. And occasionally you can catch people kind of moving their plate further into the table, kind of further away from you. As you enter in, you can see that it's quite packed. There's now a crowd by the bar, so it's a bit hard to make your way over there to see anything. Would you like to try and find a table?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Racist. Fucking racist against birds. That's a bad 20.
All right, for a total of
34.
34. Yeah. You kind of duck your head back and forth, and with people trying to not knowing what you're looking for, they're kind of trying to move out of your way to protect what food or whatever they may have. You especially see ones who are holding bread kind of tuck it into themselves. But because of that, it creates kind of a sight gap for you to look through, and you do find that there is not so much empty table, but looks like a living acorn, and it's kind of hard to see what he looks like from the back, but you can at least tell he's a goblin by stature, making his way towards the table. As he sees your character, Zane, what does he look like?
Oh, so if he sees him from the back, he mostly just sees the cloak, but he's mostly in just really just rough looking clothes, really, for the most part. He's also got you would notice a horn strapped to him, but right now it looks like it's used as a backpack. But you can see the basic fucking shield and the sword that he has, and he also has a crossbow somewhere on him.
Okay. Alright. So, by the point that you make to where he was standing, Grody has now made it to the table. As you see this goblin approaching, not long after, the two of you are able to spot this kinku, who's just kind of, compared to you two, a bit easier made it through the crowd, as most people are moving out of his way, not out of a respect, but you can tell that they're trying to guard their food from him. And as they take a look, what do you look like?
So, aside from the fact that he has a very dark robes, not hard to get or anything. He has dark robes. It looks dirty. There's twigs, little leaves and flowers and all that stuff. It's just kind of haphazardly. It's like you walked through a forest and came out looking like a forest. He has a little staff. It's kind of gnarled at the end because it's withered and stuff like that. There's a little flower on it. Right? It's sprouting inside there, and he waddles. He waddles like that.
All right.
You can only see his beak, but if you actually look a little bit, you can see his yellow eyes.
So, do you allow these two who are making their way towards your table to have a seat with you?
Why not?
All right. So, as each of you approach the table,
Short people unite.
Yes.
Rise up.
right. So, you are now all three seated at the table. Each of you knowing that you're supposed to be here to meet somebody. Also, kind of having an idea that none of you well, besides the goblin, none of you really seeming like you are from this area.
Who wants to do the art place? I don't live in this city. I came here
First
going.
element. I'm just like, oh, somebody from my own
I don't know you people.
forest.
Okay, ants, you're dirt that I walk over. Okay. So, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and be like, how do you?
I'm alright.
And then he goes, how are you?
Oh, how am I? Okay.
Alright. Yes, how are you?
My ears are not working very well.
At this point, the waiter, who has been one of the two trying to make his way to take orders and bring them out as fast as he can, finally makes his way over towards your table. Simple, maybe early 20s, from what you can guess. Human boy, black hair, green eyes. As he just walks over and I do apologize for. And as he gets a glimpse at the whole table, he doesn't spend too long looking at you, but he does kind of get stopped staring at the living acorn essentially, and then the kenku, two things that he's not used to necessarily seeing in town. Just my apologies. As you can tell, we're kind of busy today. Is there anything I can get you started with? Do you need a menu?
Water.
Okay, a water.
Just a water too.
All right. And would you like anything? Do you need anything?
I get ill.
How old are you?
I'm old enough.
As long as you have the money. Okay, kid.
Okay, kid. Oh no.
He asks,
Reaches
what
in another
flavor of
page.
ale would you like? He lists off apple, orange,
Apple.
peach. All right.
Reaches into somebody else's pocket, pulls out a coin.
Roll me sleight of hand. Go for it.
Serious?
If you want to.
Yeah, go for it.
I
What
am a
is my
game of
sign?
consequences, so feel free to try
A
whatever
game
you
of
like.
consequences. Do I want to do this?
Just steal someone else's fucking gold.
It's a crowded
So
bar.
that's
You wouldn't be
the
too
main
far off trying to just grab from a random pocket.
What is my sleight of hand?
I think
Go
it's
It's
for
a dex, isn't it?
Go.
So sleight of hand's going to be in that skill bar in the first sheet.
So yeah, go one. Yeah, go that way. There you go, and then go down.
I'm not used to doing that. Yeah, I get a +4 on it.
All right.
Okay. If you'd like to, you can go ahead and try that.
Did you roll already? Go steal my shit. Go steal your shit. Are you gonna steal mine?
No.
Okay.
You see, like, if I get an actual gold coin, it'd be like, how much for food for everybody to eat?
You said that you reached into somebody else's, away from the
I
table.
literally just reached out, and
Okay.
somebody
Are
was
you gonna-
passing by and tried to get a coin.
All right.
Are you going to try it? Go for it if you want to.
the chaos has started. We're thieves.
Let's go, rogues.
Okay.
All right.
We're thieves here.
13?
13. All right. That was a natural 1 on his perception check. So yes,
Let's go.
It's a bit clumsily, but it's one of those things that's such a
Well, I
Busy
am
tavern.
bleeding. Just
like I said, it's a bit clumsily as you're trying to grab one from someone who's quickly walking past you. So you're hoping that they can't notice it by the time they get away from you. But even with you kind of having to reach clumsily, you easily grab a coin from out of his pouch, and no one seems to be the wiser.
Just one gold.
One gold coin.
I'm sure that'll cover drinks, food,
Well,
whatever.
considering it's two waters and ale, that's only 2 copper.
Do some food too.
Okay. Do you want me to bring you a menu, or do you already know what you like?
Menu.
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 Sure.
So what's
Okay.
paid?
Here, and he reaches into his apron to pull out from the pocket 3 very ragged-looking menus. They've obviously been used a lot, but it's still legible. As he hands it off to each of you, he goes, "I'll be right back with your drinks. In the meantime, look it over, and I'll pick up your order from there." So, takes a few moments, roughly about 20 minutes before he can even come back with the drinks. It's just that busy at the bar itself. In the meantime, as each of you are looking through the menu, it's pretty basic. You have beef stew on there. You have a shepherd's pie option. You can find a couple different loaves of bread, potato, wheat, as well as a multi-grain bread that kind of reminisces of mostly just seeds on top of what you would assume is bread.
Croissant.
And then from there you have a few different cheese selections, some Gouda, some cheddar. There's Swiss on there, but it seems to cost just a little bit extra. Overall, pretty basic menu.
It's a gold coin. One of everything.
You could actually and still have about 6 silver left over.
I am not that hungry. If it was my lizard folk, I would be
How
that
hungry is the goblin?
As
Are you
each of
not
you
that
are looking and waiting for your drink,
Mhm.
there is a very
What
familiar
was that?
stranger to each of you that starts to approach the table. A very familiar tan dusker with a deep-seated hat, gloves, and boots.
He's probably
Sits
the
right next to
person in
each
the
of you
bar
at
that
the
noticed
table.
that I stole a coin.
He does actually make eye contact with you, at least what you assume with how the direction of the hat looks. He goes, "It was a bit clumsy, but quite good first impressions on your ability, Rogue. No worries, I'm not going to tell anybody. Kind of bad business to rat on your own employees when they're doing something that you would like them to do. I was going to offer to pay for your meals if you were needing one, but I can see you've already done so. Or, shall I say, the gentleman over there in the flannel has done so for you."
Free food.
I don't even know if you guys noticed me stealing it or not.
What's your passage?
So
12?
Saying you wouldn't have seen it.
My passive perception?
he's like,
Yes.
wait, the guy in the flannel
17?
paid for
Yeah, you would have noticed it.
So you noticed.
I just
You
stared at
didn't even comment.
inflation.
You just like, oh, that's what
It's
we're
a good
doing.
bird
Okay.
right there.
I'm just going. Okay.
Bet.
That's what we're gonna do. Okay.
As the-
He's just like, oh.
Stranger
What?
introduces himself. My name is Bartholomew. It is nice to meet you in such a fine establishment. Again, with his hat mainly covering pretty much all of his facial features, you can just see from the brim pointing where he's kind of looking.
Run down.
It is quite indeed, but it's not so much popular with the authorities here, so it makes for a nice meeting location. Now then, to the nitty-gritty of our business. In total, this job will pay your group 200 gold. I will give each of you 20 to start off, and the rest will come when you retrieve the product for me.
What product? What did it look like?
Very apt question, my fine feathered friend.
I'm dirty.
If you need a bath, we can take you to a bathhouse after this. There's a few here in town, though I feel most of these patrons have probably never visited it,
Alright, I can smell it.
as can I. So, what I am needing is a heirloom of sorts. It was passed down from a great ancestor of mine through the bloodlines, and it was my family's responsibility to protect it. Well, I fell nearly deathly ill one day. Luckily, I was able to get medicine in on time. But because of that, my guardianship of our heirloom had waned. And as such, the aristocracy of sorts decided that they would be better suited to protect it than my family, who has been entrusted with it for generations. Essentially, a betrayal of trust led to the situation where I need to hire each of you. It is a vial of sorts. It holds a sacred fluid to our families. It belonged to a grand old ancestor of ours. It is said to have been his lifeblood and his essence. It is a fairly large item, roughly being a vial of about 3 foot in height. So roughly about the same size as you. But it can fit in roughly about the same space as it's very narrow.
So,
Only about a foot in diameter.
so about that. So this big, this wide, or like that. Like an old.
Yay wide, 3 foot cylinder.
We're gonna need someone big to carry this.
It'll be fine. We're gonna handle this.
Don't worry. I have.
It isn't too heavy. It is the heaviest portion of it is the glass itself. All in all, it only weighs about 15 pounds. So your goblin friend here should be strong enough to handle it.
Let's go.
He complimented me.
Complimented. What's your strength?
12.
Oh.
Now then, with this, and do keep in mind your carry weight is 10 times your strength mod,
10 times.
being small.
10 times is okay.
Medium is 15, so on and so
Yes, I have strength mod or strength score.
on. Carrying. Your strength score.
Score. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, it's not your strength mod.
I was like, I don't know.
Medium creature 4 times 15. No, it goes off your strength score.
Okay, I can probably carry it too.
So each of you, unless you are feeble, each of you are able to carry it without an issue. It's not going to cause encumbrance or anything.
Okay, cool. Let's
An
go.
Earth Genasi that is feeble. That is sad.
And
You watch the acorn suddenly turn old and wrinkled and then go
an
better.
Earth Genasi wizard is just an Earth Genasi that's made of sand.
Yeah.
Ah!
Gara.
Except guards have shield.
Ah! Cashew. That's what. That's
Why
what
do
a
you
sand
look
shield
like an
is.
acorn? I
So-
was hiding in a tree.
So, as at this point, as he's beginning to describe, that's when the waiter comes back with your drinks. So, have we decided what we were in the mood to eat for? Oh, you have another guest with you. Do you need a menu? And he just sticks his hand up and goes, "Oh, okay. Do you know what each of you would like to eat?"
Bread. Multigrain.
Multigrain. Okay.
Some stew.
Some beef stew. Okay. What would you like to eat?
Do a cheese platter and some more bread.
Cheese and bread. Okay.
Potato bread.
All in all, that'll just bring it up to round it up with the drink. We'll say about 1 silver.
Just take it.
Do you need your change?
Just take it.
Okay. As he takes the gold coin and walks back, a lot faster than your drinks came out to you. You actually see him come back with the cheese platter and the bread. He does say that the stew will take a little bit longer. So, like, it only takes about 4 minutes for him to come back.
It's like giving giving 100 for a meal. It's $20.
It's a full cheese platter. You can have some cheese too.
So, as the waiter goes back to take care of some other orders, waiting for your meal to be ready, the stranger, Bartholomew, looks at each and goes, "Now, we do not have, sadly, a proper layout map, but we do have an address, as well as at least a decent understanding of the gates and everything surrounding the home." And he kind of goes into detail describing the gates and everything like that. He does say that there is a about 10-minute window when they do a changing of the guard for the house that would allow you to go through the gate. But after that, there would be other guards patrolling the area. If you go over these sides, which are roughly 100 to 200 feet away from the main gates, the patrol doesn't switch out as often, but it is more scarce. So at one point you'll have either an easier entrance but a more difficult travel, or you'll have a more difficult entrance with a more easier travel. However you choose to get in will be up to you. Just the only thing that we ask is no deaths. Being a aristocratic house, it can cause quite a political incident if they were to find anyone of note dead.
So let me get this straight. So
Jingle,
he
jingle,
said,
moves
I was trying to
poisons.
figure things out. He said 10-minute window on the gates to change guards, or the ones in the side of the building is
Essentially, either going through the gate being easier, or having to scale over the wall. If you go through the gate, you'll have an easier time with the switching of the guard just through that 10-minute window. But once you get further into the property, that main drive always has more guards.
Okay.
Or you can go over the wall where the guard is more scarce, but there won't be that opening as the shift happens at the guard hut itself.
So it's like just a bunch of wandering guards on the side. Okay.
So entrance is a bit harder, but the security is a little more lax. Or an easier entrance with more security.
So don't kill the
Don't kill any-
aristocracy. We just kill the guards. And we have an easy way in on everything.
He said no deaths.
No deaths. We don't kill.
No kill.
So
You're more than welcome to knock them out, or you're more than welcome to convince them otherwise to forget that you were there. The choice is up to you. As far as the guards, in most cases the guards aren't anyone of note, but just make sure to take heed of anyone who looks particularly important. If you must fight your way through the guards to exit, that is one thing, but do not take out any, I would say, important folk.
alright, payment in advance.
I do apologize, what?
Payment in advance. Alright.
Like I said, you will each get 20 gold in advance, and then the remainder of the 200 once you've completed the job.
Alright. Scout? We scout?
I
Alright.
agree. I agree.
So can did he already explain the layout? At least like the outer building itself?
Yes, he explained how it is essentially a square wall that goes around the property itself. They have nice greenery, hedges, and everything like that. Just think kind of a nice mansion in general.
Okay.
As
Is it like a stone wall?
it is stone brick, nice mason worked stone.
Alright.
And then past that, it's mainly nice little greenery walks, different rest areas, and then the house itself is one massive building.
Okay. Does he expect us to do it by now or later?
What's
Like-
the time limit?
What's the time limit?
He says that there is no time limit. He says if you need time to prep, you may take as much time as you need to prep for this mission. I would prefer it within the week. That would make it best. But as long as it doesn't take more than a month, I do not have an issue.
Or do we meet when it's done?
Back here would be perfectly fine. But we'll meet more so when all the fishermen are out at sea. So try to join back here. I will give you a week's time, and in that week I will find myself here at 8 in the morning.
Okay.
I
Alright.
don't think you saw you weekend.
No, but the acorn's eye is twitching.
Okay.
Alright then.
And if I do not see you then, I will wait. I'll then come back every other day, skipping one day just to make sure that we meet up and I do not miss you. Now then, are there any other questions before I depart from such a fine establishment?
No? Nope. Okay, we'll get it done.
Alright. And as promised, then he sets down a sack of gold on the table that contains 60 gold pieces
Okay.
as he makes his leave and says his goodbye to the waiter who is now coming back with your stew. Sorry for that wait. They had to make a new pot, essentially. We had to wait for the roux to finish.
It's fine.
As he sets the bowl down. That's a pretty decent sized bowl.
Incredible.
I have been eating your cheese.
Why I ordered a platter of cheese. You're fine.
I have been eating all your cheese.
Oh,
My
I
guys are
some
eating
other
this
stew.
With that, he goes, is there anything else that I can get for you?
No.
Okay. Thank you for your patronage, and if you need anything, just holler.
Huh?
The waiter makes his way off.
He made a good tip
Yeah.
today.
You have his full attention. He's ignored people as he was coming back with y'all stuff.
Alright. So
Heck yeah.
It's time
We've
to
made a good impression with the barge.
we now know who to blame if they figure out who stole the shit. So
We know where to run and be safe if we need to.
Well, specifically, he made a good impression with the waiter.
we do what we can. Okay, so the plan. Well, we scout it out.
Let's get it over.
We scout it out. By that I mean I will talk to the rats and become the rats. I will be right back. I'm gonna go be a rat.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go scout out the fucking place too. Nothing sketchy.
So-
yet.
After we eat.
I was gonna say, are y'all gonna just
No.
go straight there and then try to look around, or
Well, I
what's
want
gonna be
to.
your plan?
So is it? So what do we know?
Yeah,
If we're out of town,
So-
would we know what this?
You are out of town,
Yes.
but from his location and everything, it is one of the few nicer buildings in town.
Where'd the other
And it's specifically a
Where'd this tree come
local political housing.
Oh, so it's like a senate basically.
It's not necessarily a senate. This is
No,
their
it's like a-
personal home.
Oh, okay. It's a personal home.
It's a mansion essentially.
Okay.
It's basically you can tell that there's a few major families in town that handle the taxes,
Mhm.
and so while some of it goes back to the city, you can tell that they have a nice living from doing the taxes.
Okay. So, what's the plan? Anybody? What's
I
the
don't
plan,
know.
boys?
What do I see where I'm scouting?
What do you?
I said, walk around and like, oh, we're being chased by guards. Tree peppers activated.
Tree peppers activated.
That's literally my job.
Where'd your character go? I don't know. Where did this tree come from? I've been here the entire time.
What the hell?
Well,
So-
the tree says so.
You know the location. You know the time of day that the guards change out. There's three different times. Once in the morning, once at high noon itself, and then once in the evening.
Okay.
Can we get the pattern of what they walk when they guard?
Did they? Well, he only told us that they changed.
Yeah,
Like,
10
They
10
minutes.
minutes.
change the guard. There's a 10-minute window while they're getting everything set up and essentially switching. But it does look like there's not a consistent pattern, as it looks like the family tries to keep everything as hush-hush as possible as far as security goes. So even he wasn't able to tell you any patterns.
Okay.
He just told you that they do have a constant guard along the walls.
Along the walls. So this here would be the 10
So,
minutes.
That's the house proper itself.
Oh, house proper.
Yeah. Essentially, the fence is roughly 100 feet. 100 to, it's a nice house, but it's one of those that, for it being as nice of a house, they only have about 100 feet from the house to the wall.
Ah, okay.
So it's not that far. It's 100 feet to the house.
They're still in a smaller town, so it's not like they could just take
Gotcha.
up large swaths of land from
No, I
everywhere.
gotcha. So this would be the house proper. Beyond this, over this way.
Would be the fence. There's a gate at the north side. There's a gate at the south side. The east and west are complete walls.
Okay. So, as we're eating, I'll go ahead and go. Alright, I'll scout. Alright. I watch the guards. Alright.
Yes. I agree with the bird.
Great. Alright.
So
So,
not much of a talker.
No.
Not right now. I'm thinking.
Gotcha.
I'm sitting here going, what all do I need to make sleep poison? Because I do have a poison kit. That's
I'm
what
not gonna-
thinking.
no.
How to tranquilize the guards.
You can give me an intelligence check. And we can then, depending on how high you roll, will be how much you
what's
know
your
outright.
what's your intelligence check mod? Well, that's not bad.
Whoa.
That's not bad.
We're getting somewhere.
The big number.
I don't have one.
That is a +0.
Okay.
So what did you roll? A 15? You know that if you dilute nightshade, like considerably, it can be one of the cheapest ways of making someone go to sleep without actually killing them, as it lowers their heart rate. So it kind of just puts them to a natural sleep that they eventually wake up from. Essentially, if you put 1 part nightshade into 100 part water, it's enough to create like a sleeping poison, so to say.
So soak a nightshade in a bottle of water. Okay.
Not
A
an
nightshade
entire
would be
nightshade.
neat.
I was about to say a portion of nightshade.
When I walked in, what was the weather like?
Fair. It was a good day for fishing, so the waters were calm, the clouds were pretty clear.
So, I'll go ahead and use one of my cantrips, Druidcraft, as soon as it loads, that is.
Okay.
So it's, and create a harmless sensory effect. They'll predict the weather for the next 24 hours. Gold is for clear skies. A cloud, a little cloud image for rain, falling snowflakes for snow, and so on.
It looks like for the next 24 hours, it's going to be clear.
We now know.
Okay, so I'll go ahead because I had a
Nightshade plant and some water.
Water you can easily find. Nightshade is kind of hard to find in the city proper.
there's a guy who does plants. I'm just kidding.
If you
I would-
had an alchemy kit, you would have it on you.
I do. I do.
You have an alchemy kit, he can help you distill it. You would still need to find nightshade.
Is there a apothecary or something like that?
Yeah.
You're welcome to make an investigation check.
You want to do some investigation?
Someone can assist you if you would like, give you advantage. So you get to roll d20 and take the highest.
What is my invested? Nope. Do you have investigation?
I don't know.
You have a +2 to it, Ashley.
No, I do not.
Alright, neither do I. But I will help you the best I can.
I will too.
So go ahead and roll with advantage. So roll twice and take the highest.
No. Oh!
19.
19 plus 2, so 21. Yep. By quickly just kind of asking the right people who are willing to stop and talk, they do point you in the right direction of the apothecary.
So,
It's a nice little shop. I wouldn't say it's anything spectacular, but it's at least not as run down as the tavern y'all were at. As you come in, there's a fairly nice old lady who seems to be sitting behind the desk, and a very, I would say, charismatic wood elf who seems to be stocking the shelves. As they've seen the door open, you can tell that she's just trying to see who came in, but with your stature, it's kind of hard for her to see you over the tables that are just kind of holding different products. The wood elf seems to continue working.
So I could get Nightshade, or I could pick her brain.
huh?
Pick her brain.
Huh? Anyway, go ahead.
What are you going on?
Sorry, I was thinking of my other rogues. I was thinking of my rogue.
Not that kind of pick her brain. I'm meaning asking questions for helping the sleeping matters.
As you're kind of looking around and kind of trying to decide, you do hear, with a nice gentle hand touching your shoulder, but you do hear, "Hi, welcome to the shop. What can I do for you today?" As a very happy-looking wood elf approaches you.
Are all three of us here?
Yeah, sure.
Glad I have no problem with elves.
You say that out loud?
Is that out loud?
He just looks at you and goes, "That's great! So, what are we looking for today?"
Sleeping medicine.
Sleeping medicine. We don't have anything necessarily prepared, but we do have the ingredients that if you need to make them, we have some here. Are one of you suffering from something? There might be something that we can do to help you here. There's not a proper hospital until the next town over, but we do have some medical training ourselves. Either of you suffering from sleep apnea or any night terrors or anything of the sort?
Insomnia.
Insomnia. Okay. Who's our unlucky folk?
The goblin in the back.
The goblin. I see him raise his hand, and I immediately go, the goblin. Fast
Okay.
acting.
Here, come back with us to the examination room, and we'll try to see what dose best works for your goblin friend, and we can try to get a medicinal herb set up for him.
Really fast acting.
Understood. We'll see what we can do for you, but we first have to examine the patient, and then we can get a prescription put together.
Yeah, me too.
Good luck.
Yes. Go with
Growls.
it.
Just going to get inspected.
All
Open
right.
your butt.
So we do normally, if someone comes in with friends, we do need at least one person to come with us, so that way they have someone as a confidant. Would either of you be willing to go back there with him?
I immediately walk away.
No.
Okay, I guess someone's been volunteered. As he then kind of leads you and Grody back to the
This
examination
is a
room.
terrible idea. Oh, here we go.
As the old lady looks up and waves at you.
Hello.
As each of you are brought back into the examination room, we'll come back to you.
Yeah,
later,
that's fine.
guys. So, as you're brought to the examination room, you
Good luck,
are
Steve.
set up on the table. It's just a basic table with some padding on it. Think kind of like a high school nurse
Yeah.
room. And then there's a nice little stool for you to have a seat on while he's checking out your friend here.
It's like
Suddenly
mom.
grows an inch taller and sits down nicely.
It's like mom.
How did you grow?
So he's taking a look, and he starts off with all the basics and just to see if there's anything going on with your throat or anything that he can see. And he kind of takes a look at your eyes and asks you to lay down and breathe and then kind of roll over, just trying to see how you sound. He kind of looks a bit confused
Yes.
after rolling his medicine check. He looks a bit confused and goes, "You don't seem to have the normal signs of suffering from sleep apnea."
Insomnia.
Or insomnia, sorry. Let's see that. Insomnia. Your pupils seem fine. You don't have any bloodshot in your eyes. You seem to have
I should have poked your eyes in.
you seem to have no discoloration in your skin due to the lack of sleep. As a matter of fact, and he takes a quick pinch on your skin and it just goes back to its normal shape, no issue. You seem to have a healthy body overall. Are you sure it's an insomnia? Do you think it might just be anxiety instead?
You're the fuck did y'all fucking do this?
You can help answer too. If
Yeah.
you'd like. You don't have to stay quiet while you're doing the exam.
He doesn't know. I would have said something, but I just he was like, "Well, you're the confidant."
I can sit here and pull it off. My face becomes sunken and everything. Like, oh, sorry, I was falling asleep.
He
Maybe
kind of
it's
looks
me.
at you, and him being a wood elf, he grew up towards the woods, used to more earth elementals, so he just goes, "Oh, okay, no worries."
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to fake him.
Are you? So, are you sure it's not some form of anxiety, or you don't seem to need help getting to sleep? Your body seems healthy.
Weird. I haven't been able to sleep well. That's weird.
Huh. Well, we can at least try and give you something for the anxiety. We can work with an herbal remedy for that. I wouldn't want to do anything extreme that would put you to sleep past your normal REM cycle. It seems that your circadian rhythms is working just fine. You seem to be getting enough sleep, eating well. Your muscle definition, especially for a goblin, looks pretty well taken care of. There's not much that I can really do for you past maybe some form of anxiety. We can at least give you something to calm the nerves, but I wouldn't recommend any sleep aids or anything like that.
Weird. Just haven't been able to sleep well, I guess so. I think I'll be fine.
Alright, then we'll put together a list for some herbs to put together some anxiety medication for you then. If you're going to go ahead, both of you can follow me out. Unless you have any other questions.
No, I just need. Fuck, I'm bad at this right now.
All right, no worries. So,
Nice.
as he starts helping you down and you start getting out of your stool, and as he's leaving the room, we go back a few moments to when the two left
Go
you.
to stand up. trip and fall.
Is their category of herbs
I
alphabet?
fell asleep again.
It is. It's not organized
This is weird where they
alphabetically,
randomly fall asleep.
but family of plants.
Family of plants.
So your nightshades, your orchids, your
I have a
grasses, your
plus
wheats.
Okay, so let's see. How would I? So would I know as a druid be familiar with at least the family of what nightshade is?
Yes, you would recognize what nightshades are.
So I'm gonna go ahead and
You
see if
would
I.
probably recognize what, like, all of the different plants would do, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. He can recognize. He can at least
I
understand
would know
what
what they
looks
would
like a
do.
nightshade.
Yeah,
But if you're looking for specifics, you'll need to roll a nature check.
nature.
So you understand the categorization,
Mhm.
but you would know that nightshades do different things. So
Yeah.
some are stronger, some are poisonous, or some are more irritant.
Yeah.
So if you want to give me a nature check
Sure.
while you're at the section there, it may give you a better chance at
That
discerning.
is 13.
We should have just
13?
talked to the older lady.
Uh,
She was really sweet.
So you do find one that in large doses can be deadly, but in smaller doses tends to be just more like an irritant nightshade. You don't know the exact dosage yet. You didn't roll necessarily high enough on your nature check.
That's fine.
But you do have it narrowed down to about three different types of nightshade,
So the deadly one, the irritant one, and
and
then
the neutral one.
the neutral. Well, neutral just does
So
nothing.
neutral is in like it. You can either up the dosage of it to be deadly, or you can
All
diminish
three,
it to
and you
not.
do a medium dose.
Okay.
But you didn't roll high enough to know which one is the best for sleep.
Okay.
We won't do
In
it.
other words, like you can cause like an
Just
allergic
another random
reaction.
civilian that's
Like
outside the city gates.
you know, someone gets hit with an irritant and their body overreacts to it,
Too cruel.
or one that might be too deadly and give them permanent
Get
sleep.
whatever gold or whatever they have on them.
There's
You
no one
can
to-
ask the old lady if you
That's
like.
what I was planning on. So whenever the old ladies waved at me, I'll just do they actually have nightshade? Just there.
They do. It's all in
Like
this fairly large glass bottles.
displays. Okay.
Yeah. It's not necessarily like chain back, and it's not like a locked display. But the jars can look to be fairly large, because they're meant to hold quite a lot.
Yeah.
With a tight cap on the top to keep air, moisture, and everything out.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and go through the old lady.
As you do, it's just old human lady, long white hair from age, fairly wrinkled face to where you can barely tell that her eyes are open. She looks up to you and goes, "Oh, hi, dearie. Need some assistance?"
Alright. Nightshade.
Nightshade. Okay. We do have a selection. You see her do a little hop. She's still human, but she's a very short human.
Yeah, gotcha.
She's maybe like half a foot taller than you.
Cool. I'm 3 feet tall. Fuck.
I know how tall I am.
So she is human by race, but she's just very short.
Like one of those midgets.
She was short in like before she shrunk from old age, and
Yeah.
just being old just brought her down to being one of those cute old short ladies that you see in like cartoons and stuff. And she goes, "Whoa, you see, we have all of our nightshade here. What in particular are you needing?"
Alright, for sleep.
For sleep. Okay. Well, that's kind of the difficulty thing with nightshade. If you get the proportions off, it'll either do absolutely nothing or kill you. If you're needing something for sleep medication, I would recommend, and she pulls down one of the ones that you had looked at, and then one that you didn't recognize with your nature check, and that's way up in the top right-hand corner. She grabs a ladder and brings it down. She goes, "Well, these two are fairly different priced. Reason being is, with this one," she holds up the one that you saw first, it takes quite a lot more for its effects to happen, so it tends to be a bit cheaper because you have to buy more. And it had kind of like a dingy green with a slight purple hue on it. She holds up one that has almost like a shadow effect of its own on it. Like the leaf is so black that it looks vivid.
Oh,
Like it is by all intents the definition of a nightshade if you told someone of a plant and what they would think of
okay.
it. She says this one is from the Feylands. It is a bit harder to get in stock because of it. But it's a lot like a tea brick. You only have to use a few shavings to get a very potent tea, essentially. So if you do buy this, I do recommend to be extremely careful with the measurements, as too much can kill someone easily. Too little may not kill them, but it'll create an extreme reaction with their immune system. If you get it just right, it makes for the perfect sleep remedy.
You know how?
Yes, so whenever you are needing to make it, I can either, for a fee, I could make it for you if you'd like, or I can sell you the the recipe itself for a smaller fee, of course.
So, before all this, I have a question. Are these like medicines usually done orally? Like, right?
So what she makes are powders or liquids.
Okay.
So something that can either be inhaled or something that can be drank.
Okay.
Or,
What was her plan on using the nightshade for sleeping? Are you planning on going?
Well, I was thinking, I have arrows, poison arrows, like shooting
Would
somebody
that
in the leg.
actually? Like that's the question.
So you can coat it. If
You
you
can
do
coat
it
it
with
with-
liquid, it becomes, you can either do pure liquid or like a gel.
Okay.
So you mix both the liquid and the powder just enough to make it kind of gel.
Well, if you're making it yourself, gels tend to be the hardest to craft. Simply because they require a lot more attention and can be messed up a lot easier, but they can be used to coat things. You can either put them into a liquid state, which is the second easiest, essentially, on the difficulty scale, which can be injected or drank. And then you have the easiest, which is a powdered form, which is normally used to either inhale or put in someone's drink to allow them to easily digest it.
You can always make pepper balls.
I could turn into a rabbit and you clip my fingers and I go.
We can make pepper balls and throw them in their faces whenever we're going.
Or I
So-
can turn into a horned bunny and then I go and then run away.
As she says, it is. She does let you know that it's the cheapest for a powder. That one you'll have to portion out with, and she says if you buy the recipe, it'll tell you how much to put in to each section of stuff. She says the next tier up would be the liquid, since it has more applications, and then the third one is the gel, as it can be used as a salve or anything that the other two can do.
Okay. So expensive salve or gel, then
How
liquid
much
and
is
powder.
this?
Yeah. How much?
Are you needing to? Do you want me to make it, or would you want to get the ingredient to make yourself?
Cost for a recipe.
If you're wanting to buy the recipe from me, dearie, if you're needing the powdered recipe, that'll only cost you 5 copper. If you need the liquid recipe, that'll cost you silver, and the salve is 5 silver.
How much if you make it?
If I make it, if you are needing the powder, I charge 1 copper per. I forgot the word. Portion. And then I portion out as need be. So that way you don't have to worry about portions to a certain size. If you have a size in mind for the person, or if it's for yourself, I can take your measurements. If we're looking at a liquid state for each vial that I create, I normally charge about 5 copper. But it is a portioned out ingredient itself. Again, using my decades of my young life. Now, if you need salve, that one I do charge a little bit more. This one includes the labor for it because it is a bit more intensive. As each vial takes me roughly an hour to just put together, not including the 3 hours to get everything stemmed and prepped. That one for each vial is roughly 1 gold each. But it is perfectly measured out, and I can guarantee the quality.
fast acting, yes.
Yes, the salve is the most fast acting of it all, the gel.
How fast?
Moments.
Thank you.
Okay.
I buy for 10 salve.
Okay.
Oh, and then I point at the really dark shade, the dark nightshade.
Okay. So if you want to buy the ingredient, then I should only need. You said you need 10 vials.
10 vials.
So 1 flower of it should be more than enough. It itself is going to cost you 5 gold.
So I was asking to buy the salve. She makes it. Yeah.
You still have to pay for the ingredient.
No, that's fine. So
if you're wanting 10 vials, which a vial is good for 1 coating.
Yep.
If you're wanting 10 of them, then it's going to be 10 gold for the labor and skill, and then 5 gold for the 1 flower she'll need to make the 10.
So 15 gold total?
Yes.
15 gold. How many do you think you'll need? How many arrows do you have?
I have 200 arrows.
Fuck that shit. Alright, I need 200!
Okay!
No.
You're about to make her
Honestly,
fucking year.
The 10 would honestly probably tip quite a bit of the arrows.
Quite a bit. It's 1 coating for each arrow, right?
Yes.
One
So
vial only does
so-
1 coating?
1 arrow, yeah. So
coating.
it'd be you'd need to use 10.
It's very concentrated gel,
Mhm.
so it's one of those that if you're going to be putting it on a weapon, you have to coat the whole weapon, or else there's a chance that it may not hit properly. So
You can have a grazing shot, but it hits
you
all
can
one.
you can use a vial for 2 if you want, but it has a 50-50 chance of effect.
So yeah. So do you want me to get more, or are you guys willing to help me out here?
One of you would still have the bag. None of y'all said y'all divvied up
Yeah.
the coins.
Oh yeah, then I did. Because I already put in the I put 20 in my inventory already. I literally
Okay.
went.
Who said that sugar's mine?
Yeah.
So together right now,
He has shiny objects.
past your
thrown in
starting
each
gear
to
gold,
it.
you have 60 gold to
work
use to
with.
purchase stuff.
Okay, so
That is your own. That is the money that you were paid in advance. So do keep in mind that you don't get that money back whenever he pays you the rest.
no, that's fine.
But you do have gold.
Yes, I already had my
We
start.
can
I had
steal extra stuff in the house.
how much starting gold did everyone get? I got
20 each. So it's
All he said is he just needs his.
no.
He didn't care
I'm
what
talking
you
about the starting gold.
I
did,
know.
as long as no one dies.
That's what I'm saying. Our only thing is we can't kill anybody. It doesn't say we can't steal from the house.
All I'm saying is, I started with 80 gold plus the 20 they got because I did the whole starting gold and stuff like that. I have 100 gold. I'm about to use 15 right now.
How many guards are there?
They didn't
Didn't
say.
say.
He didn't have that information.
That's what I mean. We need to.
So
have,
He
we
told
make
you
at
that they
least
keep
10
their-
arrows.
He told you that they keep their guard numbers and like a lot of it secret, so that way no one can have that much information on the family. So the only thing that he was able to get from the information as far as guards go is when they shift out and roughly where they'll be. But he doesn't know how many they have, and he doesn't know the pattern.
Okay, so here's the plan.
You can scout it yourself to try and figure out a pattern if you'd like.
That's what I was planning on.
Yeah, same.
Because I can just turn into like any of the animals, and I just sit on the walls. It's like, oh, what a cat! How to get up there? But yeah, that's if you want me to, I can use 30 gold, or you can come out of the medicine room and help me here.
Roughly about this
No,
time is when
Act
they would
like
be-
I wanted to go in there to begin with.
Yes. That was-
Walks out and you see little hands full of fingers just flipping you off. Just fade away before the elves notice.
What the fuck?
He's gone. But yeah, so I'll go ahead and be
He also
conservative.
notices.
Shake his head.
I mean, you were pointing at him, so,
So,
he doesn't really care.
I'll go ahead.
You can tell he's pretty happy-go-lucky.
He's one of those himbos. He's a himbo. With a with a degree.
A twink himbo.
A twin himbo. With a degree.
With a degree.
Man, I've met so many people like
Tree
that.
sprite from Mona.
So I'll go ahead and ask instead of I go, alright, 10, no, not 10, alright, 20
Monkey
vows,
tree sprite. I'd be
30
Okay.
gold, and then I take out the gold.
30 gold.
Okay. I mean, that would only be 25 if you're needing 20 vials. Oh no, and then plus the additional nightshade. Yep. Yep, 30.
30 gold.
Alright. All in all, this should take me about, we'll say, 3 days, and I'll have everything ready. And as you see him handing off the gold is when y'all are back, and he goes, well, I'll go ahead. I already have your measurements and everything. I'm going to go to the back and start putting together some medicine for your anxiety. All in all, we probably should only be looking at roughly a silver, and it will be good for about 5 doses.
Cool.
And he...
This is cool. Oh.
Cool.
See you reaching the horns.
Thank you. And with that, you see him grab a few different medicine jars off the shelf and go towards the back.
All right.
He stops by the old lady. Miss Miner, I'm gonna be a few moments. I just need to make a herbal medicine for our young customer's anxiety. She looks at him and goes, "All right, you do what you need to."
I'm gonna approach him. Alright. Got the nightshade. Alright. How long was it again? 3 hours?
3 days.
3 days. Alright. 3 days. We get the nightshade.
How much?
30 gold. I spent a lot.
No, tell me about my.
You owe me.
You already used my money.
No.
How much nightshade?
25. And then I look at you and your arrows.
Arrows fade back into my crown. You don't see them anymore.
Alright, I saw them before you fade. I go scout. Alright.
Is there any high? Can I go with? Is there any like fucking high ass buildings near that? Near like the walls, like the ceilings, like any high ground.
So it does kind of sparse out the buildings whenever you get there. And this is fairly low-lying fields. Like it's at sea level, so there's not really any like hills or anything. There's a few sparse trees, but because of the natural salt water in the area, it doesn't necessarily encourage large tree growth.
I can fix that.
Hey yo. So what are you guys doing? Because I'll go ahead and start scouting the building with some
At
animals.
least the walls.
Oh yeah, the walls. See how big it is. And I'll just run along the walls as some like
Go in different
spider.
areas and try to see what we see and monitor because we have 3 days.
And you're
Small.
male or female?
Male.
Okay, dude.
Because that'll affect kind of the transformations if you turn into an animal.
I turn into a giant spider.
So male giant spiders are actually smaller.
Let's go.
Male giant spiders are still counted as a small.
Mhm.
The ones that you see that are mediums are actually female.
Well, no, I'm just turning into like the stat block for the spider anyway.
No, I got you.
With
Just
my
size
combat
category.
form. Oh,
Size
yeah.
category.
Oh, I'm talking, like what you said. I'm not talking about my combat form spider. I'm talking about like just a regular.
just a regular spider.
Yeah, so it'll just be a small one.
So yeah, you'll still be a little bit smaller.
Yeah,
just because sexual dimorphism.
Yeah, that's fine. So, what are you guys doing? I already know what I'm gonna do. Are you guys gonna come with me? But you guys,
I'm gonna
So
go with
before
you.
you split up, you can find the alleyways between these buildings are pretty empty.
Uh-huh.
If you want to take a moment to discuss your plan for scouting, you can go ahead and plan it here. You don't have to necessarily do it in your character voices, just to help it go by a little bit
Alright,
faster
so-
as far as planning.
So the plan is that I'll use my animal forms. Oh, that's right. I can turn to animals now.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to start basically kind of like a, what do they call it? A sting. That's what it is, a sting basically. What I'll do is I'll just sit up on the walls, something inconspicuous as in like, oh, it's a spider on the walls. Fuck, I don't care. No one cares, right? It's basically just a sting with me staring right on the walls because at least we know that the front has a 10-minute window. The sides, however, don't. So in those 3 days, I'm gonna at least watch if I can find a pattern between each of the walls, or unless they all have the same pattern. I don't, right? That's the least my plan because no one's gonna suspect the fucking spider unless they're just like, haha, magic. But wild shape isn't magic, so it's just
spider.
it's like animorphs, baby.
Just
Yeah.
hopefully no one has arachnophobia and goes,
I'm on top. What? So yeah, I'll figure out how tall the walls are later.
Okay.
Like, obviously, but that's the whole entire
they're 20 foot.
20 foot.
20 foot walls.
All right, cool. So the 20-foot walls, and what I'm basically gonna do is see if I can find a pattern in like the changing of the guards in the walls that's not in the front. Because 10-minute walls, it's gonna be harder as we go in further, right? You said.
Mm-hmm.
But it's gonna be harder for us to get in, but easier as we go to the side.
The main entrances and just about anywhere you go will always have more guards.
Mhm.
But as far as the main walls go, they'll still have guards there, but it won't be as densely populated with guards.
Okay.
I
So-
kind of want to try to figure out how many guards are there. So just count fucking guards. Like, oh, there's 2. I try to like remember how many.
Okay. So the way I'll do this is so you'll set your objective for the 3 days.
Yeah.
So Louis has his objective, which is to try to scout and see if there's any patterns. If you're wanting to try and see how many guards there are,
Yeah.
you have 3 days. So how are you wanting to go about that?
That's the
Be
sketchy
as
part.
creative
So
as you want
it's,
to.
It's in a field, right? Like you said, it was.
It's still in town,
Okay, so it's.
but it's the far side of town away from the ocean. Think of it as kind of like that's the political center.
So
There's a few nice houses in that area, but they're still near the city itself.
Alright. So I don't want to stay around too much on a spot, but it's one of those things where I'm like, get on top of buildings, stay up there for a little bit, and try to stay undetected for as long as I can, and just be like, okay, those are 5 guards, and try to remember kind of what half-assed what they look like, so I don't count them again.
Okay.
Kind of try to just get a rough estimate of the guards there.
Okay.
And like go from house to house from each side, just count them over and over again, and make sure that there's a.
Actually, I think I can help with that because my speak with animals
If-
only lasts.
If you're trying to, so you'll each get one thing you can do.
Oh, okay then.
You're essentially trying to focus on a different aspect so that
Oh,
way
yeah.
you can get the best result.
Or I
Alright.
write down like.
So you're specifically trying to find patterns, which wouldn't allow you to necessarily remember numbers.
Yeah, okay, so I do have a question. Can I use, so I can speak with animals, that means birds and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and they can tell me at least what they've perceived in terms of what they've seen. So,
In various vague terms as they can, or as well as they can talk.
yeah, basically. In more like, I don't need them obviously to know the numbers,
Mhm.
but I want, like over the course of 3 days, because they can remember up to a day of the casting.
Mhm.
If there was any shift in patterns or the same kind of pattern happening to all sides. They're basically just flying around and then they would tell me before the spell ends. Just 10
So-
minutes.
As far as remembering patterns and everything like that goes, they won't be able to give you very good detail on it. Keep in mind, most that they can tell you is there are people over there, there is little people, there's a lot of people. They can tell you that people are staying in one location for a long time, or they constantly keep moving. Because remember, an animal with an intelligence of 2 isn't going to be able to give very good detail and communicate.
Okay.
So they can tell you, yeah, they go inside the house when it gets dark. That's like the most detail they can give you. If you had an intelligent animal that could scout for you, so say intelligence of 5, then they'd be able to give a little more detail.
Okay.
But creatures with intelligence 2 or less give very vague, self-protecting things. So they would say, if you were to ask any predators nearby,
Mhm.
they would say, yes, there's a den that way. Or, have you seen people besides us? Yes, with loud sticks over there.
Okay.
So remember, you're asking them based off of their intelligence to describe it to you. So think of it like someone who is essentially like you're asking a toddler, you know, what's their pattern look like? You're gonna have a toddler go, a lot of people move around.
Okay.
So keep that in mind whenever you try to ask questions. Try to keep it as best for them to
Walks
answer.
up to the gate.
So you can ask them, hey, how many people are over here? And they can give you they can tell you either very little, never, they can say there's a lot, They don't know numbers.
Okay, that's fine. Because I just wanted to have an extra pair. Because what I was gonna do is
If you ask them, you can tell them call if you see someone coming towards you. That's something they can do.
okay.
But if you're asking them to do abstract thought or math, it's not going to be possible.
No, that's fine. Because what I'm gonna do is each side, right? Aside from the front, those 3 days I'm gonna be basically patrolling to see any patterns. If there's a different one from the left, right, and back.
Okay.
Is what I'm
You would have noticed if you're looking for birds,
Mhm.
the primary birds that live around here are primarily seagulls.
the
Uh,
bastards.
yeah. But you do find that there are a few albatross that fly around every once in a while.
Okay.
Mostly going after the seagulls, but also taking advantage of the extra fish.
Gotcha. Alright. I'll go ahead and just do for that now.
So your main thing is just trying to figure out pattern?
Yeah.
Okay. Your thing is trying to remember faces and count.
Yeah, just try to get a rough
Without
estimate
being
of the
seen
guards.
yourself?
Yeah, without seeing.
So you're the way you're going about that is just trying to sit on the rooftop
Yeah.
nearby and
Yeah, like one,
hide?
2, 3, yeah, for
Okay.
the most part. So I can see them and
gotcha. Alright, and what are you doing for your 3 days for this scouting?
Probably gonna do pass without a trace to find a secluded dark spot to monitor in different areas each time.
Okay, so you're trying to get behind the wall, or you're trying to do this from outside of the wall?
I can either get right up next to the gate where they can't see me, or get behind the wall.
So do you know
Or-
pass without trace will give you up to an hour. However, it doesn't make you vanish. You aren't invisible.
That's
So
why I said dark areas or any areas that are shrouded, since there are bushes and stuff within it.
so you're trying to go inside the walls? If
I can
so
find a way in if I can.
Well, so you'll essentially, each of you at the beginning, before we get into the 3 days, as you get up, there'll be a preliminary glance, so like you're just walking along the street. Once you do, it's one of those things that you can notice that these streets are pretty well walked. There's not really that much paving around here. But as far as plant life outside the walls, you can't really see much. You can tell that they do keep trees and such on the inside from what you see as you're passing by. But so if you're trying to stay in like planted areas or shaded areas, you need to get into the wall. So onto the inside of the property.
So I'd have to wait till somebody's not there and hop the wall.
Okay.
Which I can do.
Okay, so your main plan is to find a way to get in, hide, and then what's your primary thing once you get in there and hide?
Watch
Just watching?
watch guards, watch rotation, just learning,
Okay,
observing what I can.
so are you specifically going to be watching an area for one spot, or are you going to try and monitor multiple?
If I can get in, I'll probably find areas that we can either get in or try to see
So
whether
you're
or not
trying-
I want to move to another area.
So
Fine.
you're primarily looking for entrances and exits. Okay. So so you're focusing on entrances and exits?
Yep.
Okay. So we have patterns,
Uh-huh.
numbers, entrances and exits.
We need an escape plan, obviously. So that's a good
I'm
idea.
a rogue.
I don't think
Yeah.
that far ahead.
So these will be the
I look for
things
the way
that
in,
you are
way out,
doing.
and how to steal.
If you have any spells, abilities, feats that can assist you when it comes to each of your turns for doing this, I will allow you to cast them, use them however you see fit. If it can give you an advantage, if it's too much of a stretch, I'm not going to give you advantage. But if I can either see it or you can explain it to me, I'll let you have advantage by using the ability or spell.
So okay, so once we start this, the whole property, how big is it?
What's that?
The whole property.
So the property itself, so each wall is 20 foot high, and then each wall on each side of the gate is 200 feet.
Okay.
So the gate itself is 20 feet.
Okay.
So 200, it's 420 feet on each wall,
Okay.
and then it goes 100 feet. No, it was 400 feet on each side of the gate. So 820 feet on the gate on the walls, and then 100 feet into the property, and the house is that remaining square.
Okay.
So you're looking at
I could
Uh,
probably run and jump
820
bounce
feet
over the wall
of
easily.
wall on each side.
Okay. And I just want to get this out of the way. Each day we're doing this for the next few days. Can you? I would be casting Druidcraft to see what kind of
Weather.
weather is going to happen.
Okay. For the primary source of it, I'll go ahead and tell you now. For the 3 days, you primarily see clear skies.
Okay.
This is one of the reasons it's such a good fishing village is because it's fairly fair weather around this port. It's where the plains start to kind of move towards desert, so the winds are always pretty fair. The cloud covered tends to go just north, but they get just enough rainfall to keep it green. But I will let you know for the first 2 days, basically it's going to be clear skies.
Okay.
I'll roll on that 3rd day because they do get intermittent weather at least once to twice a week.
Yeah. During the time before the heist actually happens, like whenever you roll for it, because I do have I can change my spells every day. Because I do have fog cloud, so if it starts getting rainy and foggy, we go.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So
That's the plan at least. So
These-
hopefully,
How tall is the wall?
20 feet.
20 feet.
Mhm.
So yeah, I probably could do that.
yeah.
So this is how it's going to work. We'll roll initiative to see who goes first, essentially.
Okay.
And then we're going to do a triple skill check. So the way this works is once we roll into initiative, depending on how you're wanting to do this. So for instance, let's say Sam goes first. I will need you to roll me 3 stealth checks. Each day you'll be able to add your pass without trace to get into the wall. Then from there, it'll be an investigation check. It'll be 3 of them. Now, you have essentially a 3-strike system. So as long as you roll high enough for more than you roll low, it's going to be considered a success. So you can roll a pass and then say the next day is a fail. You still have one more chance to succeed in it helping with the full heist. If you fail all of them, it will count as a hindrance. If you pass all of them, it'll count as a boon. So essentially an extremely good aid. If you pass 2 and fail 1, it'll just be a pass. Don't roll yet.
I'm seeing which dice is going to go better.
All right, fair.
And if you pass 1 but fail 2, it'll only be a minor hindrance.
Okay.
So there might be, for instance, there might be an increase of guard in the area. They could try to mitigate it to only 1 switching of the guard for the day, so on and so forth.
Okay.
So if you fail, it'll increase the alert around the property. If you pass, it'll decrease the alert around the property.
Gotcha. You ready, guys?
Hope for the best.
All
Hope
right,
for the
so
best, right?
Everyone roll your initiative. You'll just add your initiative mod. What is it?
Alright. Get the bad roll out of the way.
Yeah, right?
Get the fucking bad roll out of the way.
You roll bad on your initiative.
Okay, everyone got their initiatives?
Yeah, I usually do.
Sam,
17.
17,
14.
14,
18.
18. All right, so starting with Cordy,
Okay.
or Cardi. Is it
Yeah.
Cardi? or
Cardi.
Cardi. Okay. Starting with Cardi, go ahead and so you are wild shaping.
Mhm.
So your main issue, because you're wanting to turn into a spider, correct?
Basically, yeah, anything that doesn't alert anything.
I will give you with advantage with you being a small, tiny creature. Go ahead and roll me stealth, as your main thing isn't so much hiding from the guards,
Mhm.
but from predatory birds.
Okay.
Because seagulls and albatross will eat spiders.
Okay. Whoo! That was close. 23.
23. Okay, give me a second check. So this will basically be you hiding the second day.
19.
19. Okay, and then third check.
Fuck. 7.
7.
Oh,
so,
no, wait. No, yeah, 8. Sorry, 8.
So, for the first 2 days, you find complete success in hiding. You don't even feel like any bird or even like a few of the grounds cats ever even spot you. However, on the 3rd day, you do get dive bombed by a seagull, so you have to break away, break out of your form, and get out of there.
Okay.
So you'll get to roll 2 perception checks to properly watch how the guards move.
Does this include the fact that I can wild shoot twice in a day?
Yes. So essentially, what happens with this being a failure,
Mhm.
it created slightly more alert. So in areas where you have to wild shape, because you'd have to, unless you wanted to be eaten by a bird, you had to essentially jump off and then get out of your wild shape to get away.
Okay.
So you could have turned into a different animal or something,
All right.
but the guards would hear seagulls gathering towards something.
Okay.
So it essentially broke that third day for you to try to do something.
Gotcha.
So you'll get 2 days of perception checks.
Okay.
So you can either roll me 2d20s or...
Yeah, that's what I need a die roll.
Alright, so, Ashley, whenever someone gets a dire roll, we have a chant, like I was telling you earlier. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll.
Come on, Ashley.
roll. Come on, Ashley. Dire roll. Dire roll.
Oh,
no.
So that is going to be
so close.
a minus 17 to your wisdom.
That's a 3.
So, what was your other roll?
22.
22. So, the first day, while you are able to avoid the sight of any of the seagulls or any other predatory animals that would come after you as a spider, you sadly aren't able to really get a grasp since you're trying to move all around the facility.
Oh, was that what he said? I was
You're
going
trying to
for
look
each
for
day. Yeah, each day I would
a
switch.
spawn each
yeah.
day. So, even still,
Yeah.
The first roll being as low as it is,
Yeah.
you weren't able to really see much on the wall that you chose that day. On your second day, however, you would notice, and we'll just say that this was the east wall, starting off on north, going east, and then so on and so forth. You would notice that it has, at least for that day that you're on it, a somewhat recognizable pattern. You can tell that there's a guard that comes by either in ones or twos, and they always seem to mix up between every 5 minutes to every 15 minutes. And it is random, but you can tell at the minimum you'll have a 5-minute window to get through there and find another spot to move forward from there.
Okay. All right.
And then as far as the third day goes, you weren't able to get anything done.
That's fine. All right.
All right, Sam.
Jeez.
I'm going to need you to give me 3 stealth checks as you were trying to make your way in without being seen. You said you were using Pass Without Trace.
I can, or if I roll good, I'd use it as a way to get out if I needed to.
It's an hour, so.
I was
I
about
don't
to say.
know, it's an hour.
I would recommend if you're wanting to sneak in, I would highly recommend using it. It'll give you that extra plus 10.
Okay.
And this is 3 different days. How often can you use Pass Without Trace?
After a long rest.
So once per long rest. So-
As long as we rest each night. Okay.
So as long as you can successfully stealth in, I'll let you use that as a way out. If you can't stealth in, it's counted as a failure. So go ahead and you'll use Pass Without Trace 3 times. This will be 3 separate days. So go ahead and roll me 3 stealth checks. And essentially you are just trying to bypass the passive perception of the guards.
19.
Plus 10, right?
19 plus 10
So
plus
15
stealth.
plus 4.
Oh, okay.
So-
I'm not even rolling the plus 10 is a 19.
Oh, you rolled a 4?
No, I have a 15 on the die plus 4. It was 19.
So you're not using Pass Without Trace?
I just, without it,
So
it was
remember,
a 19.
so, well,
So plus 10,
Okay.
it'd be a 29.
so remember you have to cast Pass Without Trace before you roll.
Okay.
So
29.
if you can't stealth in,
That's a failure.
it's a failure. So I would recommend using that as a boon for yourself.
Okay.
Alright, so second stealth, and you're using Pass Without Trace?
18 on the die.
So 32.
Okay.
Alright, and then third day.
17 on the die.
Alright, so 31. So you had 3 successful stealths in. No one was able to spot you or see you coming in.
Yeah.
So, as you are going to be doing this 3 days, I need you to roll me 3 investigation checks as you are kind of prowling the grounds for exits and entrances. So,
Places to hide.
Yep.
So, investigation. So you roll it 3 times for me. You have a +2 to it.
Do I get any bonuses for how well I've been stealthing in there?
Because it's a completely unknown land, or unknown property to you.
It's worth a shot.
Your
But watch, I'm rolling low on each of these now.
success for rolling so high is being able to do this unimpeded.
16 plus 2.
So 18,
18.
Okay. second day.
18.
Okay. 18 total.
16 plus 2. I rolled 16 twice in a row.
Alright.
Let's go. 3 16s.
Right? That's 17.
Oh!
Alright, so 19.
Let's go!
You are able to tell that there's not too many spots in the wall that can be used. However, you do notice that there is vinery growing along the walls on the inside. So it can be used to help aid you escaping over the wall. You can tell that the gates, while for a normal sized creature, so a medium creature, would be difficult to squeeze through. For any small creature or smaller, it's pretty easy to squeeze through them without any difficulty. As far as hiding spots when you're trying to go through the property itself, you do notice that the greenery, while again being a bit too small for a medium creature to properly hide in, it would actually make for a pretty good hiding spot for a small creature or smaller. Past that, you could tell that trying to hide or stop anywhere in the main paths is just a death sentence, being caught by the guards. So you would know to avoid major walkways as much as you can, but you could tell that in some of the greenery that would make it easier to not be spotted is also a bit like hedge mazes for small creatures, since it's so much harder to see over them, but you're less likely to be caught by the guards. So you can.
Would I be able to basically work out a path that would be the easiest way to the building?
Not necessarily. Well, the easiest path would be taking the 2 main walkways. It takes a bit too much time for you to be able to map out what would essentially be like hedge mazes for y'all. But you can mark where they're at essentially, and just kind of you know that you would have to try and find your way out of it to go through without making much noise. But while it may take more time, you are more safe going through those hedges than you would be trying to walk down the main path. So you know that you can either A, take more time and have less of a chance of being found out, or B, take the least amount of time but have a higher chance of being caught.
The path's well lit.
The paths are semi-lit, since y'all are here during the day for most of this, just so you can get the best sight out of everything. You can tell that it looks to have some magic lanterns, so lanterns that automatically cast the light spell. So it would be semi-well lit at night. Think like a nice park in our world, where there's different lampposts roughly 20 feet from each other to keep the walking paths well lit. But as far as where like the hedges and everything are, there's maybe like 1 lamp in the middle to keep it dimly lit, but it's not as well lit as the main paths.
We
At
did
least from what you can
decently
tell.
on the stealth rolls, you can make it down the main path, but at night, but you'd have to do decent on the stealth roll.
Yeah, okay. So we do have a pass without a trace. So in each of these days, I'll probably change my spell list, since at least I know that you have it, right?
She has 1 once per day.
Yeah, so
I
during the
can
heist.
cast it on myself and one other person.
It's the Genasi pass without trace.
I thought I just acted like a regular pass without a trace.
I think it only targets 1 other than the caster.
We gotta make sure, because I'm pretty sure it's just a regular one.
Let's see here.
I don't have it.
So,
Because I didn't put it
It's
oh no, yeah, it's just you can cast pass without trace, so it's just standard.
So yeah, you can't cast it on all of us.
Yeah. You can target yourself and I believe up to 5 others for the actual spell itself.
it's within 30 feet of me.
So you can cast it on each of y'all. but it'll only
And
last.
we
that
leave
1 hour.
no tracks or traces.
Yep.
And
So-
your footsteps are silenced.
So we can technically do it. So I think like during the end of the heist, since
We're not done yet.
Yeah.
Let's finish off all of
Oh
our
yeah, that's
checks
right. Sorry.
first, and then you can do a final discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So you are trying to firstly get on top of houses.
Yes.
Not all of them have roof access ladders. So I'm going to need a acrobatics check for 3 days. So roll it 3 times.
What's
So
the
what was
first
the
one?
first day?
19?
19 total.
Fuck you. I got a 7. 12?
12. Okay. And then the third day.
17. 22.
22.
Mhm.
So as far as climbing on top of roofs, doing your best not to like make too much noise.
Yeah.
You passed for 2 days. The third one you missed it. That's DC 13. You're trying to climb housing essentially. You loose your grip and you kind of fall backwards into a dumpster, creating a bunch of noise. So you kind of have to get out of there before you get noticed by guards.
Okay.
So you have 2 successful days.
Yeah.
On those 2 successful days, I'm going to need you to make me a stealth check when you're on top of the roof to not be seen.
Bah.
So day 1,
Yeah, I want to do that goal. So, only 10.
10.
Yeah, only 10.
Okay. And then the second day.
Second day. Fuck, there you go. 21.
21. So, the first day, while you did climb up there, you got spotted by one of the guards saying, "Aye, get off the roof. That's a safety issue.
Alright.
If you're going to be working on there, you need to make sure you have tethers."
Okay. I'll get some.
Since they just saw that you were a goblin,
Yeah.
they figured you were a roof worker.
Yeah.
Pulls out
So that
ropes
day-
and tying it to
That day
himself.
has been busted. So you have 2 failed days. You did successfully stealth on the third.
Yeah.
Now, roll me a perception check to try your best to
Oh,
keep
fuck.
an eye on how many guards there are.
Be a 20. That's a 19. Hell yeah.
19 plus.
That's all. It's just
That's
a 19.
19. And then roll me a
Intelligence.
intelligence. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check to try and remember faces so you're not double counting.
2. 7. 17. Sorry.
17.
I was like,
Sorry. No.
So you had
Okay.
1 truly successful day. So with what you rolled, you at least feel confident in saying that they have more than 20 guards, but not more than 50.
20 to 50. At least we know that much.
The more successful days you had, the
Yeah. it's
more
gonna
accurate of
go.
a count. But so you know that there's somewhere between 20 to 50 guards at any given day.
Yeah. That works.
35.
We'll go with it.
Maybe.
maybe.
It's not always
I
the
was
middle
fully.
number.
I just randomly said that.
So, with this, there was a total of 4 failures. Or no, 3 failures, because you had 1 Louis, you had 2 Zane, and you passed all 3. So, that's going to be 3 failures, compared to, that was 1, 3, 6. So, a third of it counts towards failure, but 2/3 of it are a complete success. So, we'll see how that affects your heist later on.
Yes.
So, with this, you eventually all reconvene. It could have been at the same bar that you first met, or in an alleyway to discuss.
Where do you want to go, boys? And unknown gender genasi.
Yes.
You're an
Where we
acorn,
going?
okay? I can't help it.
Acorns are male.
Is it because they have nuts?
No, it's because
Stick whips out, slap, comes back.
And now I know.
he slapped you with a stick.
I guess my spike growth.
Has spike growth on it as it goes back in.
Rib for your pleasure.
Oh no.
So,
So,
where do y'all choose to meet back up at?
Suddenly, human form. Don't tempt me, bird.
okay.
Acorn.
So, where do we meet up?
What is the plan?
Yeah, I think we should meet up at I don't want to do it in a bar, so we'll do it in an alley, at least a bit
Yeah.
further away from our
You
base.
could also
You
rent
don't want to do it in a bar. The
hotel
bar
room
is
if you'd
cleaner
like.
than the alleyway. Why do you want to do it in an alleyway? You
'Cause we're a bunch of
dirty
freaking-
bird.
Because we're all a bunch of gremlins.
And this is
Yeah.
towards the end of the third day, by the way.
Dirty
Okay,
bird.
so
So at the end of this, if you want to cast
Talking
the
about my
do it
member
first.
and
weather
wanted to
thing,
do
you
it
can.
in an
So I'll go ahead and do that.
alleyway. Jeez.
What is the
so
weather like? That shit could be useful.
Maybe we could seduce the guards. instead
That's
of
a
putting them to
terrible
sleep.
idea.
Puts on performance.
I'm doing the rain dance right now. I'm doing a rain dance. Just this
My
nice.
member is not a rain stick.
Huh? You just don't.
you
I have
you
my
were
own.
talking about my member.
True.
My member is not a rain stick. We
Your
do not need to be doing it in the alleyway.
Says you. Says you.
so it looks to be a fairly temperate, light wind, clear skies.
Wind clears.
Simple.
Sorry,
I like
boys.
this DM screen because it actually has a weather chart on the back that you can roll for.
That's cool.
He's
Yeah,
waiting
so-
for a storm.
I wasn't even waiting for a storm. I was waiting for like a sufficiently rainy day.
Yeah.
Because when that happens, the fog comes down, right?
Yes.
And I can cast fog.
So yeah, since it'll be a clear day with no obstructions, you can see up for 2 miles before vision gets too far out.
I mean, we could just wait for
Just get an early morning fog.
Early morning fog. I don't think it's gonna work, is it?
When you're
You
near
would
an
go
ocean,
get something that's similar to
Yeah,
dry ice.
when
and
you're
throw
near
it
an
in water.
ocean, the fog mainly stays over the ocean.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I'm not like one of those mystery movies, when it's all foggy and stuff on a
We
White
can have some
House.
dry ice and make our own.
I'm pretty
fog.
sure that wouldn't work. But yeah, let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and get my spell list ready for the heist.
Cool.
So we've all shared what information we gained.
Yes, there's about like 50 to 20 people there.
Just sitting here like, I'm gonna end up becoming a tree just so I don't get busted because my allies are.
Shh, don't worry about it.
We'll be fine.
What's gonna happen is the goblin's gonna be running through the grounds causing a scene and the rest of us are gonna. You're gonna be running nude going.
Scrub.
The
Casting,
guards are
keep
trying
it
to
going.
catch you just to catch you.
casting
Exactly.
distraction, like,
Alright, so while we go ahead and you are going to contemplate what you want to do, we'll go ahead and keep it a surprise with our audience, and we'll go ahead and use this time to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back soon.
Our back, sir.
Why didn't we know this before?
All right. So, our party has set their plan. Now then, what time of day are you trying to aim for? Morning, high noon, or evening?
Evening.
Yeah.
Evening?
Evening.
Okay, so it is not very well bright outside, but it hasn't just yet lit the lanterns to the property. You can tell that the guards, from everything that you've witnessed and looked at, are getting ready for their shift swap, at least at the entrance. How do you choose to enter?
So
Go. Can I cast Find Familiar?
wait, didn't you cast it
No, I
earlier?
haven't cast it yet.
We can backtrack.
Like, can you cast it before we can be?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Find Familiar. It's gonna be an owl.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flies. What is it? And I can. Fuck. I've never used Find Familiar.
That's fine.
I can talk to it, right?
You can.
You can look through its eyes, you can listen through its ears. You just can't cast spells through it.
Yeah.
Not at this level.
So with the way the key is, we can technically go through
So-
the gate really easily.
Yes, from what you saw during your part of the job, is you can easily fit through the.
And there should
Great
be
to the
like
gate.
a bush or something that's like right there that we can sneak through. right?
There are greenery off the main track, so you can quickly dive off.
Okay.
I'm going to look through
We
his
just have to wait for
eyes.
the guards to come in.
So you're gonna use.
So the guard change hasn't happened just yet. It looks like they're getting ready for it.
All right. So you're. So he says he's using his familiar's eyes. Can you look
And you're using an elf?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing that you can each kind of notice is because of the 3 failures, it's not super high, but you can tell that the guards are more alert.
Well, I'll have our stealth active.
Well,
My stealth
well,
thing
yeah.
activated.
I'll let
before
you
we
know.
approach.
I'll let you know now that that was basically the worst of having 3 failures.
Okay.
So it's not going to be like, oh no, you failed a third of it, now it's going to be completely hard. There's a few things that have changed, but it's not like you failed everything.
So we'll do it after the initial scouting from it, and then we go past with.
No, before we enter in the gate, like when they're doing their change and we're going, that's when I'm gonna cast mine
Yeah. That's
on
right.
us. That
Are
way
we?
we'd have an hour timeline to get in and out.
So
we have 5 minutes.
as you send your owl over, you do notice that guards actually notice the owl.
Doesn't have a. Wait, doesn't it have a stealth?
If you're trying to have it fly stealthily, you can go ahead and have it roll and be just dex.
Just dicks. I don't know what's dead.
Owls have advantage on stealth checks because they have silent flight.
You have plus
Uh,
3 on the stealth. Yeah.
Plus 3.
Yeah, plus
Okay.
3.
So you'll roll
I'll have it.
twice. Take the highest.
13. 13.
Plus 3.
Yep.
16. It'll still be spotted. They had an 18 on dice.
Okay.
So it does alert the guards,
Alright.
and they can tell that it's not a bird that's normally found around here, as they're used to albatross, seagulls, and like a finch and other small birds. With that, you do notice that the switch of the guard stops for a bit,
Okay.
as they have more kind of eyes looking around, trying to figure out why this owl is over here.
Okay. So you can go ahead and call back your familiar. I
Yes.
guess. Oh wait, what does he see since he's using?
Yeah.
see?
So as you're flying over, before you would call it back, so just before it gets noticed, you could see that the guard patterns that you saw at least are the same as well as what was described by Cardi. But you, in order to keep it from being noticed too much, you call it back before you can see much more.
So it seems like it just kind of flew over.
Yeah, just a quick pass by. Do you want it to fly straight back since they've seen it already, or do you want it to like land somewhere else?
Well, it'll land somewhere else.
Okay.
'Cause I'm not gonna.
Good call.
Yeah, I'm not that good.
As once you see it fly off, you do. It does look like there's a small dispatch about like 3 guards that follow it off.
Alright, so 3 dispatches are gone. You said 100 feet, right? From wall to
Wall to building.
building. We have 100 feet. We can go ahead and start going up to it now. Let me see what I have in my inventory just in case.
The lanterns aren't fully lit yet.
Not just yet. There's still enough sunlight for them to see. It's essentially late evening, so you're going into dusk. So it's not dim light just yet. That's when those will kick on.
Okay. And so, what
I
did
didn't
he?
know if there'd be any shadows from the trees or anything like that in there. That would help.
Not necessarily this late in the evening, since the sun's further back. There is some shade during like the day, but at this point, if you're wanting shadows, you're probably best waiting for dusk to finish.
So that's one down. I'll go ahead. I have a ritual. Can I do a perception check on any sort of rodents or animals that basically could just go in and out? Is there anything that like kind of like rodents that they just notice it and they're just like it's whatever, or do they keep when I was at least watching, do they keep the grounds itself like clean of any sort of like wildlife?
Due to the predatory birds that live around, it's kind of hard to spot any out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
Because seagulls and albatross will peck off rats and mice.
Okay, gotcha.
It's one of those that, with it being a port town, at this time of day they're not as active, but you would know that mice and rats don't necessarily come out until closer to nighttime.
Is there a seagull anywhere near me?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of seagull.
I try to approach one. I use a ritual and speak with animal.
So you're trying to approach it?
Yes.
Give me an animal handling.
Oh! Thank you. Good thing I did it. Fuck. Okay, never mind. That is a yes. 7 plus 5 is 12, 13? Or 11?
11?
11, yeah.
So, you don't roll too low to startle it, but you try approaching it and it just flies off.
Well, I have 10 minutes of talking to animals. So I keep trying to at least.
If you want to roll me a survival check for tracking of other animals in the area, or you can try again with another seagull.
I feel like because seagulls are considered like.
Seagulls are the regular birds here.
Yeah, so like if one just walks, but like just plops into the property, looks around, and just flies off.
You could guess that they probably wouldn't care too much.
All right, I'll go for another seagull. So animal handling, right?
Yep.
That's an at 20.
All right.
So 34.
34. So with that, it just kind of looks at you curiously as you walk up to it, as it's basically a bipedal bird walking up to a bird.
You're right. I'm gonna go talk to it. It's just like, fly over and walk over there. Or basically, I'm telling it to, can you fly over here?
Mm-hmm.
And where are? So did we agree that we're gonna go front or east? Because we kind of didn't have enough time.
Yeah.
So,
Your two most viewed
is
would be the north wall and the east wall.
Yeah,
No, west.
west. Okay. Because you told me that I had the most.
You
Do
chose
you guys
3
wanna
walls,
climb?
so you're just east, north, and west.
Okay,
Do you want to climb or do you want to just slide through the gate?
that's up to y'all because I'm just trying to scout things out. So if we just want to go through the gate,
Goblin, can your member go through that gate?
you want to go through the gate?
I can go through the gate. It's fine.
All right. So what I'm basically telling it is, since we're gonna go through the gate, I'm basically just gonna have it fly. I'm gonna drop speak with animals since I already told it what I wanted it to do, and I'm gonna take another ritual. So 10 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and use bee sense so I can do the same thing he did, but with a seagull.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna have it fly around. It has a bunch of ledges, right? The house itself, and it wouldn't be strange for a seagull to just.
You can even kind of see a few seagulls on the house.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and have it do that, and I'll sit back. I'm blinded in that.
So remember, you have to keep it as simple as possible. You're
Yeah.
trying to tell a toddler to do something.
I'm just telling it, go on the roof.
So fly in the big house.
Yeah, fly to the big house and just stare at where the gate is, so I can get a general idea on the layer over here.
Okay, so you're telling him to fly to the house and look at the gate?
Yep.
Okay. So as it flies off. Guards don't really pay any heed to another seagull flying around.
Mhm.
And so, as the seagull flies over, it does in fact land on the roof of the house. It kind of walks around a bit. You can see it kind of interacting with the other seagulls for a second. But instead of it looking at the front gate, it looks off at a side gate that is on the shrubbery.
Like this way?
So,
So
not
this is
in this area.
Oh.
It ends up looking towards the eastern wall.
Eastern wall, and
There's a small, like, decorative gate.
Oh, it's just decorative. It's.
You told it to look at the gate,
Oh, okay.
and there's 4 gates on the property. 2 of them are decorative, 2 of them are primary gates. I gave it a 25% chance, rolled a D100, got 100.
Information we did not have.
So there is. So. Sorry, you're gonna have to remind me what decorative.
Decorative just means there's like a small decorative fence near a shrubbery, like one of the little hedge mages that Sam would have sawn.
Yeah.
And it's nowhere near like a wall or anything of that.
So.
It didn't look at the main.
No, I know. What I mean is it just like a gap? Is it like with a little fence on it?
It's inside the property,
Okay.
so it's not anything connected to the wall.
Is it still staring at the gate? Or is it turning around a little bit?
You told it to fly up there, look at the gate, and now it's just kind of. You told it to look at it for a bit, so it stood there for a little bit looking at it, and then it started messing around with other seagulls.
Okay.
Essentially, one pulled its tail feather, and then it just kind of squawked back as a game, and now you can just see it hopping on the roof.
Okay. So, what's the time of day right now? Is it still?
It's getting closer to dusk. At this point, we'll say it's with you having to cast both ritual spells. It's been roughly 30 minutes, so the guards have decided to go ahead and
Start.
you can see the 3 that went off.
Mhm.
You would tell that your owl had been captured, essentially. They have it in a sack. It's a weird predatory bird that doesn't normally go into that area. So you can see the inside of a burlap sack through your familiar. As they go back into the gate, they kind of disappear from sight. But you do see the gap between the changing guard happen, at least at the entrance.
All right. Now's our time.
Now's your now.
Now's or never.
Now or never.
I'm gonna open my eyes after I
So
cut
you're
the
going to
senses.
stop the beast sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I cut the senses and I'm going. Guards change.
That's cool.
Let's go. So we're going.
I told you as we approached, so I was gonna
So
guess.
okay.
Okay.
We have our timeline, pretty much.
Yeah.
So as you approach, you're going to cast the Pass Without Trace?
Yep.
Alright, so here's how this works. Since you're moving in a group, you go by the lowest roll of the group. So, everyone give me a stealth check with a plus 10 on top of your stealth.
You fuck kidding me?
Oh boy.
My face moving now.
Go ahead and roll.
I think I rolled lower than him.
Yeah.
So, what's your total?
30.
Alright.
8 plus 10, right?
Plus whatever your stealth
I
modifier is.
actually
Yeah,
rolled
it's
low.
8 plus 10, so 18.
18. Well, you should have dex. What's your stealth?
It's plus 3.
So, you have
no,
plus
it's
13.
5.
What?
Not 5, plus 3.
So, 8 plus 10, so 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Sam?
18.
18? Okay. So,
Yeah, I rolled low and I still
how
matched
do you have a
18.
plus 12 to stealth?
I don't. I have a plus 4, but I 16.
Oh, that's right, plus 10.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, what that? But pass without trace. My apologies.
Yeah.
My apologies.
You're good.
So I've told you guys there's shrubbery off to the side.
Yes,
you
we
can
can-
stay off the main path as
So,
much as possible.
There are still some guards, it's just the entrance that is gone.
Yes.
So the few that are there will be having a disadvantage, at least for this entrance, to see if they spot something.
Gotcha. It sucks that we didn't get the weather we wanted.
Yeah. Like, we could have just waited. Man said we'd wait for
We could have a following fog cloud and everyone's like, what the fuck is that?
I don't like when you make those
Good
sounds.
thing it's disadvantage because I rolled an 11, then a 16. So, with their modifiers, had they not had a disadvantage,
What the fuck are those guys
but
doing?
y'all are fine.
Yeah, okay.
As they got a 11 on dice plus their mods is not high enough.
Without those modifiers, our goblin would have been dancing.
Yes, I was like,
So you do successfully dart in through the entrance and off to the side, and you are able to hide in some shrubs. Now then, do know that because you are on a alerted premises, that any major movements that you take will require a stealth check. So any movement past 10 feet will require a stealth check to move into an opened area to then hide again.
So we are now inside the property.
You are now
we still
inside the
get the
property.
plus 10.
Yeah, we still have plus 10. Yes.
Are you checking on your familiar?
No, I'm just checking. Yeah, sure. I'll look.
Yeah, sure.
So at this point, because they were able to move unimpeded by not needing to be stealthy, you can see that your bird, at least through his vision, is in a cage, like in a dimly lit room that has like a single light bulb turned on. Kind of looks like a storage room. Kind of with how it's looking around, you can hear some muffled stuff happening outside the door. But past that, you mainly just see whenever it looks down that this cage has been used before and not cleaned out.
Okay. So we're now inside proper, right?
So you're not inside the building.
Oh, okay. We're
You're
inside,
past the wall.
past the wall.
It was enough for you to dart in and get behind a bush to properly set your next location. Since you are on an alerted premises, it means that there's people constantly actively watching.
Gotcha. So
By this point, the lamps have started to cast the light cantrip.
okay. So I'll do it after we get there. Who has the lowest dex?
I have.
In character, come on.
Who's walking really quietly?
There you go.
I'm okay at it.
On a scale of 1 to 50, how hurt are you?
16.
Fuck.
He has a +3, I have a +4.
So I have a plus 3 to stealth.
You have a +3 to stealth. I have a +4 to stealth, but I have proficiency. I have a 2 in dexterity. I have a +2 in dexterity. So because we're gonna be sneaking in. I can only touch one of y'all, and we're gonna do separate.
You
skill
still have
checks.
pass without
Plus-
trace working on you, though.
Yes.
No, because I have
So-
guidance. Because I can just.
Oh, to give him advantage.
I have a
D4.
+4 to my
D4.
stealth.
That's what apologies.
Yeah.
And
So
I'm
we're still doing the lowest
+6
roll,
to my
right?
acrobatics.
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna keep moving.
Yes. I
Okay.
thought
Quietly.
So-
we're going
quietly.
through the side, one of the sides of the building,
So,
right?
you do have the two options that Sam was able to find.
Yeah.
You can either A, attempt to go down the main walk,
Mhm.
or B, make through the shrubbery, which is a bit like a maze because of your size. So one takes a bit longer to get through, the other one is a bit shorter, a good bit shorter, but one has better hiding advantages than the other. As you cannot hide in open road.
I would say the
We're gonna do this the Pink Panther way. I say we go in the shrubbery.
Yes, I do agree with this.
Shrubs.
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 Okay, so go ahead.
Considering I probably would have been the only one to make it down the pathway.
Yeah.
It's on alert, 50-50 chance. 28.
Moving cautiously.
So-
Mm-hmm.
As you are moving cautiously, I'm going to need you, as you come across, you do see a guard that is coming.
Did we yet? Oh yeah.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh, we forgot.
I knew a guy.
Wait, did we pick? Wait, can we just say we picked up our stuff before we had the whole heist thing, or what?
Yeah,
The potion.
The potions, yeah.
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 I'll retroactively, y'all have
The
everything.
potion. We're ready to go.
We were
have
just
I
like-
everything.
figured y'all did that during your planning phase.
So
Yeah, because we were so busy with those. Yeah.
So
I
ready,
rolled.
hero.
So I'll say, do you have 20 arrows fully coated or 40 arrows 50-50 coated?
Go for character.
20 fully.
24.
I already rolled, and I rolled a nat 1.
Oh.
Oh, well,
Oh.
we'll go ahead and get the die roll once everyone's rolled.
Okay.
Do you have a D4 by any chance, guys? I cast guidance on myself because I have the shittiest rolls. Ah, fuck.
Okay. So anyone get a natural one as well? Nope. Okay. So dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll.
No, that's 11.
So that'll be -8 to your dexterity score.
Yeah,
Yeah,
arrows ready?
It's less than 10. It's
Yeah,
8.
I got
think,
arrows
yeah.
ready.
What's your dex score?
Or an arrow ready.
It's 16.
So yep, you'll have an 8. Which, as you have your bow readied as an action if someone gets caught, go ahead and make me an attack roll. As the guard immediately catches the goblin tripping over a small rock
Oh no.
and goes right as you can see him pointing and he's about to say something.
Oh.
Fuck!
Oh no!
It's a 3
3,
on the dice.
3 plus.
That's my bow. No.
Go this way.
Why would I
More.
roll low on something like that?
Yeah, it does suck, yes.
I do get a bonus action.
Yeah, that's a plus. No, one more. It's your weapons. Action, back. Actions, yes. So your short bow? You have a short bow equipped?
I did equip it, but it's not showing on.
Keep going to your inventory.
Let's see
Your
here.
short
It's
bow.
going.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Now go back to your actions. It should be there if you equipped it.
Oh, it just has the
1d6 plus
arms.
sure.
What's
So
the
plus 4 to hit?
+4? Yeah, it's a 7.
Plus 4. What does
I
your
mean,
dex is a
I'd be
plus 2?
aiming for like just.
They are lightly armored.
Yeah, that's
So it's going to ping off of one of the
I say I
studs.
aimed for his kneecap.
It's
Shot
good.
him in the knee to where it
It's
doesn't.
still
it
not enough to
bends.
hit.
Damn it.
You got a 7.
yeah. Can I do anything or no?
Bonus. With my bonus action. I'll do
So since she hadn't held action to
Oh, yeah,
specifically if you get caught, that was going to be kind of the quick action.
Oh yes, sir.
So he sees the arrow miss off to the side from his leg. As he's pointing off, you're going to hear him go, "Intruders!"
Fuck.
As you can hear in the distance footsteps. Now, if you want to, you have one action before before he acts, because that was his action. Anyone gonna do anything? You have one action.
One
Not gonna
action. Oh my god. I guess. Oh my
Basically,
god.
you have a turn. So you have 6 seconds. What are each of you doing in the 6 seconds?
Oh fuck. Guess we're fighting, guys. Oh.
Hide.
Yeah, I'm gonna try
I'm gonna
to.
use
I'm
my
trying to
I'm
whip
doing
him.
my action and hide.
Wait.
I can.
I mean, they already see us though.
The other guards have it.
Disengage action.
No,
I
no,
can
no.
hide.
No, not
They see
that.
him
They see him.
and the arrow.
The other, well, they've noticed all of you.
Yeah.
If
That's what I
one
mean.
fails, but it's only that one guard that's seen you. The others just heard the guard yell and they're moving
I guess I
towards
could try and shoot him again. Pull another arrow and try to shoot him again.
you. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna go and.
Fuck, I don't have.
What is the ground dirt?
It's
Or-
gravel, essentially. It's gravel walking path.
Come on. 14 plus 4.
18.
That'll hit.
18.
So yeah, you hit, and it has full effect. So it's going to be a con save.
Pick up the other arrow.
I mean, it's not gonna work anymore.
That's cocked out.
True, I probably would not.
Nope. And he'll fail the save, so he immediately falls asleep.
Okay,
Run over there.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can still
Where's
see.
my-
You can still. Y'all two have an action.
yes, I'm gonna go mold earth. Fight. How tall is this guy?
He's about 5'8". He's average height.
Pull him into the bush.
Pull him to bush.
All right. It is a medium-sized creature. Are both of you pulling him into the bush?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
I have guidance.
I will give advantage since there's both of you working on the body.
All right.
So whoever wants to roll with advantage, you don't need to roll it yet. They're the two dragging the body.
Yeah.
So
Let's go.
pass without trace will help.
Yes. Wait, can I have a D4? We're getting.
If you need dice, I have like a whole cabinet.
I only need one.
Roll them both and pick the highest.
Roll them
It's a
both in the high. Hey, wait.
That's not how that works.
You know,
Okay, so what's the total?
It's a 4.
It's a 4?
You threw it over here.
No,
and
that's
landed
not
on
how
the
that works.
It was a 1. So 17, 18, 28. Plus 4, 32.
32? Okay. So, that's going to be enough to properly hide them, because as y'all would have known, medium creatures have a hard time hiding in these bushes, to whereas small creatures can automatically hide themselves.
Okay.
So, go ahead, and the body is well hidden. I'm assuming y'all are hiding on top of it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check to hide from the oncoming guards.
Wait, you can minor
If it
illusions,
was,
can't you? So we could put like a.
Minor illusions.
I mean, it's minor illusion. It's 5 feet
Okay.
at least.
Remember, you still have your pass without trace going.
Yeah.
I know.
So it's a plus 14.
It's plus 4. Well, it's 19 then.
19? Yep. As each of you hide, 2 of you throwing the body and hiding on top of it inside of a bush, you quickly dodging into another bush.
See which of these works for you.
Let's roll all of them, see what happens.
So, they got a 19 total as well.
The red one.
However,
Red one, yes.
defender wins in the tie, and in this case, as the hider, you are the defender. So, it comes super close to them. You can feel almost the studs on their leather armor brush against you as they pass by without seeing any of you.
God damn.
God damn.
It does take about 15-20 minutes before they disperse away. But they do eventually go back to their different posts. You could tell there was about 5 of them that had shown up.
Okay, so Scrabble. So technically, I can use mold. So what's gonna happen? We're gonna
I'm
hide
going
one.
to, just for this time being, I'm going to go ahead and say you grabbed that arrow that you had originally fired and dragged it off. Just remember, if you leave any ammo behind, there's a chance for them to see it.
Well, I said that I was gonna pick it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
she did.
Okay, I did not hear that. Thank you.
Like I said, I'll pick up that other arrow
Okay.
while I'm
Okay.
hiding.
I did not
And
realize
you
that was.
said it wouldn't work.
I only thought that she was gonna reuse. I was like, it's probably not gonna work.
But if there's any, well, the sap didn't hit a body, so
Oh.
it's still on there.
Oh, okay then. Let's go.
There's a little bit of rocks on it, so there's like a 5% chance that it may not be as effective, but it's still usable.
So how?
I hit him in the jugular.
He's sleeping. Just
Oh,
you know,
roll me the damage, by the way.
it's a D6.
D6 plus 2.
Max.
6.
So 8. Okay, yeah, he's bleeding pretty bad, but he's asleep.
Somebody first aid.
You
Somebody-
didn't necessarily hit him in the carotid, but you are causing some blood.
I don't know how this works.
Look. Grab Sterkt. Mud.
Roll me a medicine check
I would like to assist.
What?
to properly clot it.
Yes, I would like to assist on this.
Medicine deals with
Lord.
any form of healing or blood stopping. So yeah, roll with advantage.
He'll get an infection, as I would know, but very
It will stop.
it will stop for him.
16
Yeah.
before the bonus.
With 16 plus stuff will
Actually, I
be
have a
enough
plus
to.
1 at medicine.
So 17. So that'll be more than enough to know how to properly clot it to keep blood from seeping out further. So you do prevent a puddle from forming.
Okay,
I stopped him from dying.
good job.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
wouldn't have killed him, but blood kind of coming out of a bush would
The
kind of
You know what we can do? We
create
can get
issues.
we can
Breaks
dig
the
him an
arrow
early
so it can clot around the arrow.
we can dig him an early grave. By that I mean mold earth under the ground, dump the body, mold earth again so it's 10 feet, then cover the 5 feet.
So then just
No,
let him
no.
suffocate to death.
You won't know. No one will know. It's just death.
The mushroom growing there will
You
be.
Oh,
know,
that's weird.
I agree with this, but no killing.
No kidding.
They don't have to know because he's in the ground 10 feet
I'm
under.
pretty
They
sure
only
the
go up to 6
vampire
feet.
that
Just
exploited
on
us
the
is gonna
place.
know.
They only go up to 6 feet. They only look 6 feet down. They're just like, well, we can't find him.
He is a vampire, isn't he? I'm pretty sure the vampire that hired us would know.
Are you sure it's a vampire?
Something.
He's something.
He's something.
All right, let's get back to so we're in the shrubbery right now, and we're the east wall.
So y'all were actually coming from the north wall.
Yeah, so north wall,
Sounds
and
like
then
a
to the
bad
side of
idea.
the shrubbery.
So y'all would have more than likely dived east. That's your most
Okay.
or west because
Yeah.
that's your most viewed area.
All right, so we go. So we're in the west, north, east, south.
Continue
So we're here.
slowly making our way
So we're
through
just-
bushes.
So
to the
you are going to
building.
go through the shrubs.
Yes.
So go ahead and give me investigation checks. As with your height, it is a bit of a maze.
Let's go. I have guidance.
And as y'all are now going through the
Motherfucker, I'm not using you no more.
You guys just follow me.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know this more than I do. I
Maybe-
forgot.
I'm
The
a
D4 is
19.
disappear. Oh, it's a.
and you'll go with your highest roll on this one.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
is it disadvantage? Or?
No, this is just you're trying to find your way through.
I'm
If
a
you're a
19.
medium, you can see over it.
So
It's just investigation.
19?
You're having to go through it.
my investigation rolled 21.
21, 19.
So,
So we have a dire roll.
Again?
Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire.
Ooh.
13. So minus 6
6.
from intelligence.
Minus. That's actually not as bad. -6. It's still an 8.
It's an 8.
It's an 8.
Yeah. So luckily you have 2 party members with you who are more adept at finding their way through a maze.
you're in the middle of the group.
Yes.
Okay, so you
Oh,
do, at this point, you have made it roughly halfway, so you are about 50 feet from the property. Are you going to choose to keep going through the shrubs, or are you going to try and go down
So- We did.
Do we
so
notice anybody coming?
the Not yet.
Any
So-
close by?
So what I'd
You
like
can
to.
roll me a perception check if you like.
I can assist on that one because I'm also looking.
Oh, that's how.
You get advantage.
So roll
Just-
twice and take the highest.
That is my other 29. Nat 20.
Let's go. What's your
Alright.
what's your
And
perception?
Your perception?
Times 2.
23.
So that'll be 26. Whenever you roll a natural 20, you double the multiplier, or double the modifier. So 26. All right. You can tell there's guards off in the distance, but not necessarily any coming across your path at that moment.
So
So
you.
if we made for the path, we'd probably
This is
make
near the
the.
shrubs.
Yeah.
There's a good chance there's probably guards near the path right now.
Oh.
So what I'm asking is that you were the one who looked for entrances and exits, kind of like windows and stuff like that, right?
There are windows roughly spaced anywhere from 10 to 30 feet apart.
Okay.
Uh,
They're all closed. Up.
they look to stay all closed.
Okay.
Even with how you were looking through them, there wasn't a good chance to tell if it was locked or not.
Okay. So I guess we're going through the front.
Either way, I have thieves.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I do too, for some reason. You gave me proficiency for some reason. I'm just like, okay.
What's my
But
familiar doing?
It's still just a
Still just
cage.
cage.
You can hear the noises are less often at the moment, but you can still every once in a while hear
so
things
we
outside the
probably wouldn't make the 50-foot to the
Entrance.
edge of the building and be.
Maybe. You can't see that far past all the shrubbery.
Yeah.
You just know the path that leads to it doesn't look like there's a guard.
All right. Let's go closer, and then we'll do another investigation or perception check to see if there's more guards coming closer, and then if they are, we'll let them pass, and then we'll keep going. You know, Call of Duty style.
I guess move further in the shrubbery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Why does it keep rolling ones?
What the fuck?
What's your total?
20.
20.
16 plus 10. I didn't do the.
So 26.
31.
31.
I rolled a 16.
Oh, the guidance was
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, how'd you get a nat 1 and then 6 what?
It was the guidance.
Okay. Luckily, as you'll quickly are making your way through, there wasn't a guard that came by at the moment.
We're Pink Panthering this.
So we literally could have run up the path and been fine.
I wouldn't say that.
You can't see the path. You're on the shrubbery path.
Yeah, we're in the
Remember,
shrubbery path.
This is the one that you have less of a chance of running into a guard. It was just harder to initially go into it if you went over the wall.
Okay. Why does it roll
So,
more than a 1?
Go ahead and give me a investigation to make your way through the shrubs.
Okay.
As again, it does feel like a maze with how short you are compared to the shrubs.
Guidance. I've been concentrating on this thing all goddamn day. Ah! Ah! Yes! For once.
Okay, this is probably gonna be higher.
What you get?
7.
7?
18.
24.
Okay.
You rolled a higher than me that time.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I'm using a different dice.
So
Let's
you
go.
do successfully make it through.
Okay.
This gets you another 20 feet closer. So now you are about 30 feet away from the house proper at the closest point.
So we're over here, but we're like 30 feet from the door.
You would be 30 feet from this closest point of contact.
So this is the house.
Yes.
This is the wall. Okay.
So those are the front doors, but it does have an offshoot on the house that comes up further.
Do we see any guards around us, or do I need to get closer?
You would actually need to come out of the shrub towards the main entrance to see that.
Okay, so shrub's still here.
So think of it like this: you're going through the nice little plant area that mansions have. So it has a lot of medium to high sitting brushes, shrub, and everything that look pretty. But to a small creature, it's really hard for you to kind of see up and over it.
Was there fireworks that went up the house?
Not necessarily. They seem to keep that one cleared so that way it doesn't cause structural damage. They have a hard enough time with the sea breeze, with all the salt, so they try to keep the house as clean as possible.
Say if there was a firework going up the house, we could climb up.
Yeah, we can. It's not like there's a druid who can do that.
Man, when did the house get vines?
I don't know.
You know what?
Alert the guards.
I'm gonna grow
No, please don't. Okay.
tree form
Tree.
activate.
Yeah, the guards see that.
Oh no.
They
Why is
they come charging.
Why is there a tree there? So we'll go ahead and do another one. And you said that once we get to this wall, I'd have to
Trees
get out of the
don't grow
shrubbery
that fast.
and then peek over right here because this right here is exposed.
Yes.
Okay.
There are nice benches and torchlights closer towards the house, but it seems like they keep most of the greenery away to keep the ground as stable as possible.
Gotcha. So we'll go ahead and keep moving, man.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone roll me a stealth check, as this will be the last one before you reach the very furthest part of the house.
Don't.
It's not the worst one.
Yeah, it's not the worst one. So where's the dice? Oh, there it is.
Alright, what'd you get?
22.
22.
30, 20.
Alright.
30.
Alright. Yeah. Y'all didn't see a guard coming down the shrub path at the moment. You do hear them around you.
Huh?
You do hear the guards around you,
Uh-huh.
but none that were going across the same path as y'all were trying to shuffle across.
Okay.
We were shadows.
I was a shadow.
We all rolled a 20 or higher.
We're shadows.
We were shadows.
I was shadowier.
Don't try to outshadow the rogue.
But I rolled a 30.
So,
You have no bonus.
I know, exactly.
I don't.
she
You
can
do.
take it from you.
Oh,
She
yeah.
can take that 2
Yeah.
away from you.
We do have that plus 10.
Yeah.
I didn't count the plus 10.
Exactly.
Oh, so what was that? You got
I had
20,
22.
22, so 32.
Ah,
Wow.
You all pass. It's okay. You're a team.
Alright.
You do hear the guards start to make a commotion
Mhm.
as one of the dogs that are moving around the property notice the body.
Fuck.
But it's all concentrated back towards the top of the house.
So, do we
The
see how many
guards are moving towards the back of the house?
there are quite a few moving up, but you don't know how many, as you haven't looked out yet.
We could peek out
You're-
without
you're-
drawing attention,
Your
right?
greatest enemy right now is
Dog.
not being able to see past the shrubs.
Yeah.
We could peek out without.
Can we?
There is still a chance of being seen, as
everyone-
in order to peek out enough to properly see, because you can poke a little hole through the shrubbery.
Can I not make myself blend in with the shrubbery?
No.
That's not how Earth Genasi's work.
That's worth a shot. It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
So basically, the lower chance as you're peeking out to be able to look at things to be caught, the less likely you're able to see anything. Essentially, the more you limit your own sight is how you keep yourself from being caught.
That's fair.
So it'd be one of those things that if you're peeking through a shrub, it'll be with disadvantage -4. Since you're having to look through a shrub that's about as thick as this table is.
Yeah.
So it would be a lot less of a chance than if you actually poked your head out to see, but that gives you a higher chance of being caught.
You
So
still have that +10 on stealth,
yes, but it's like,
and it makes us look like shadows.
I mean, I have a D4, man. I've been concentrating on myself. If anyone wants it, because it lasts an hour. So I think it lasts an hour. Hold on, it lasts a minute. So I've been concentrating a minute. Passes.
So you keep in mind, no one can assist if a person's peeking unless they want to peek as well. However, that does increase the chance of being caught.
Yeah. So
So if you do want to assist, you both have to be peeking.
well, I was just gonna slap him with guidance.
All right.
Just get him, champ. So I think we should. So if we hear, can we at least estimate?
So give me a perception check.
Because I don't want to like peek out, but I want to estimate at least.
So we're masked from detection.
Fuck, that's a 9.
Yeah. You can't discern how many footsteps that was running that way.
All right. So
So when it says you're masked from detection, that's basically its fancy way of saying you get a +10.
we don't. Yeah, we don't leave any tracks.
You
or
can
anything.
still be seen, but you're less likely to be seen.
We're not invisible, so to say. If we were, that'd be great. That'd be pretty poggers.
Here's the wizard when you need it.
I'm a druid. Sorry. If I wanted to play a wizard, I would be in level 10 right now. So I think we should just go ahead and just keep moving a little bit until we hit this part right here, because
Y'all are essentially, so y'all are now basically on the map. This is the last patch of shrubs before you get to the nice little walking path that leads to the grand entrance.
So right here is where it cuts off, or right here.
This is the shrub line.
So we can move over here.
So there's a window close to us.
Is there a window
Yeah,
right here?
there'd be a window right in front of you.
Oh my god!
It's 5 feet forward.
No, I'm not gonna. Okay, so we have a window.
You still don't know how many guards are near.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You can see directly on your path without having to peek. You can't see any guards directly on your path as is, but that doesn't mean that there's still not guards near the house.
So I'll go ahead, use one of my wall chips.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and turn into spider, basically.
Okay.
Anything small and inconspicuous.
A tiny spider.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead, poke myself out right here.
Okay.
So
So as
actually,
you,
I'm gonna go climb up like that.
okay. Are you going towards the window? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go to the window, but I want, more importantly, if I'm on the wall, I actually want to see if I can see them that way.
So you do look back. It's a bit further that way. Spiders don't have dark vision.
Oh yeah.
So it's a bit dim light going out that far. You can tell that there's. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. That's an 20. For a total of 20.
Total 20.
Let's-
Spider. So, as.
Oh no, wait, it does have dark vision.
They do?
Yeah, 30 feet.
Oh, 30 feet. Oh, that's still too far.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's 100 feet away.
Okay, cool. Good to know. I was just in case.
You would see the immediate area. around
Yeah,
it.
we'd see the immediate
So
area.
the lights, the lanterns at least are out there do help a bit.
Mhm.
You can tell there's a small group. You just can't discern how many are out there.
But what about the surrounding area? Since
So
I'm
as
on the
far as which wall did you climb up?
right here, and I'm gonna
So-
try and like go to the corner.
Okay,
After I
so
see,
you're moving towards the more open area.
yeah, I'm gonna like that.
Okay.
See if there's anything around here.
So as you look out. God, stay away from the walls. Okay.
That's
I
fine.
am going to need a deck save from you. Because it's not coming from a person or one of the few dogs that are on the property.
Okay.
It's coming from a bird.
That is a.
It's on the wall.
There's still a lot of birds that
At
surround the
night.
property. It's dusk.
Still does. It's just getting dark.
Oh.
So seagulls are active from basically mid-morning all the way towards midnight.
Okay. So it has a deck. It has a +2 on Dex. And that's why.
So 24?
Yes.
Alright, yeah. You are able to artfully dodge the seagull coming down to attack you.
I'm a spider, send help!
As the guards, from what you can see, there are.
Did it smash against the wall? Please say yes.
Do what?
I want
The
that
seagull?
seagull.
Yeah, it'll hit the wall and kind of try and catch itself.
The
So.
seagull just went face plant.
Just
These are just going to be basic guards, so they're not going to necessarily be represented properly by the minis. But from what you saw as you come around the corner, looks like there is a guard station there,
Hey, yo, what's the flag, dude?
a guard station there,
These guys are really strong looking.
I know.
guard further up that like saw the seagull dive bomb you. One guard here, and then
Stupid seagull.
looks to be 2 more guards stationed right on the walking path.
Hmm. Okay, so I see that. So I'm right here now.
So yeah, she's watching this seagull just try to attack the crap out of the spider. And so, as you go away, the seagull basically just becomes a nuisance as it's getting around. So she's like shooing it off, and
Dumb bird.
as it flies off.
Dumb bird. So I'm gonna go ahead. So at least now I know they're all there, right?
So, per what you've seen last, that's where they were.
Per last. So I'm gonna go over here. I'll still keep my wild shape. And please don't hurt me. You just saw me turn into a spider.
Looks down at spider. Check the window.
You know what? Insight check for me to make sure you recognize. No, you're fine.
Oh.
It's fine. You would recognize.
Where did it go? Oh, it got an 11.
11.
11, you don't know if it's him.
Check the window. Okay, I was about to say something.
Okay, so you're going into the room, or looking through the window in the room. It is dark. You can give me a perception check. So this is, well,
You
yeah,
can
night,
check the
dark,
window,
so
see
go
if
ahead.
if you can tell if it's
Fuck,
locked or
I
not.
don't see shit. I rolled a 4.
So, +2, right? Or what's the perception?
Is it locked
It's a
or
10.
not?
10, so yeah. So,
That's the spiders.
you can't really even tell the definition in the room. It just looks like a dark room to you. You don't know how big or where the walls are at.
I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna go into your arm and I'm gonna do what's equivalent to a shrug with a spider and just go.
It'd be like the little jumping spider. Just
Can you sneak in through a crack in the window and take off the form and unlock it from the other side?
Is it lock?
You do not understand common.
No, I keep everything
You
else.
keep okay.
Yeah,
You
I
just
can
can't
understand.
speak.
I can't speak.
That's right.
Wave a leg for yes or no.
You've already filled your perception check, so you wouldn't have seen if it was locked or not.
No. That's not what I...
What do you want him to do?
Can he sneak in through a crack or crevice
Oh,
around
no.
the frame of the window?
This is a
and
very
then
wealthy
breathe?
house.
Yeah,
So
it's a lock window.
Even wealthy houses have seals that don't shut all the way.
it's sealed shut.
Oh yeah, so
It's not like an airtight, but it's going to be hard for him to get through.
yeah, it's not 1 inch or anything like that. So I'm tiny, right? So I'm just gonna go no, and then I'm gonna go.
Give me an insight check.
Yeah.
You're dealing with a spider trying to give you hand
I
signals.
told him to wave a hand up
Oh,
and
you
down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was
okay.
going, no.
There you go. Okay. My apologies.
So
You're good. You're good. You're good.
this is how we deal with druids. I gotta like cheerleader myself, you know.
Used to earth.
But yeah. So
Could he sneak in the front door through
I
the
don't
keyhole and make it back to the room and unlock the window?
you can try going out there.
I
But
am not about to
you know,
get.
there's a chance.
Yeah.
I could do a minor illusion some random place. It's
Run up the card's leg.
30 feet away from me.
I'm about to fucking die if that's the case.
I have one hit point. Seagull dive bombs the guard, knocks the guard out.
I have a +2.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this.
I have a
What do you
Yeah, I could just do a minor
you
illusion
saying?
somewhere to
There's 2
behind
guards
us.
to shoot at.
You can minor
Pantomiming
illusion.
where
Yeah,
the
minor
guard-
illusion
real
somewhere
quick?
behind us.
Just real quick. Roll me an intelligence check.
I'm gonna tell it just now!
Oh, okay.
Hey, can you draw a picture on the ground? Show us where the guards are.
I can actually.
I'll get in there.
I'll move.
That's an 18!
You remember that you have Mage Hand, and
Oh,
he is a tiny creature, and Mage Hand can get up to 60 feet from you.
Okay.
So you can grab me and you can put me in the air.
Oh shit, I can. What does that mean?
It means that you've created a small magical flying carpet for him to ride on that can't be normally seen.
Oh shit. So I can just chunk him at the door?
Oh my god, don't!
Sure!
No.
I have 1 HP
So I
zone!
don't want
It's
to look
okay,
at
Mage
the
Hand can't be used to throw anything with force, so.
So you can get me. How high is the actual building?
Yeah.
So the building itself is 3 stories, so it's 30 feet.
30 feet. You can get me up there.
For
So,
sure.
but you're gonna have to,
Spider,
like-
there's birds up there!
He can hold you like this.
Yes, but that way I don't
Yes,
get
but your
fucking-
hand can be. Your
You-
hand
you-
can protect them.
Yeah, you're.
It is semi-transparent, so it can be seen,
You can.
but it's one of those that like it also obscures whatever it's holding.
Okay. So, just all the way up to
How
the...
does your Mage Hand look as you cast it?
Is it what kind of hand?
It's a hand.
It's a
It's like the
hand.
hand.
Does it look like a white gloved hand, or is it like a goblin hand?
It just looks like a little goblin hand.
Okay.
This is so weird.
At
I'm about.
So where are you dropping him off at?
the roof, I thought.
Okay, so you're putting him on the roof?
Actually, open up. I can't say it.
Yep, you can't.
Nope.
So you take him up to the roof and set him down.
You better fucking.
No.
Motherfucker said, "Run." Fuck.
I need you to roll me a stealth check if you're not trying to be seen.
Run. This is a terrible idea.
This is a terrible idea. Ah!
What'd you get?
Wait, hold on.
Is it higher than an 18?
Yes.
Okay. So you do luckily keep from being seen by the about
Crazy. 10
10 seagulls that are on top of the house right now.
Turns himself into a freaking flea. Lands on a seagull. Bite, bite, bite.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Turn into a seagull and just peck everyone.
And
Get
how
out of
long
here!
does your wild shape last?
Oh, I already puffed that.
Oh, so your normal height?
Yeah, I'm just going.
Okay. So.
Is there, wait, is there guard? Yeah, there's guards on top.
Well, go ahead and roll me a stealth check as you're coming out of your wild shape. Because the
Thought
original
he just passed his stealth check.
that was to not be attacked by the seagulls as a
Yeah.
spider.
Fuck, that's
Because he still had to crawl out of the hand. Because if he transformed on the hand, it would have dropped him
14.
immediately.
that's an 18.
18? All right.
There would be guards up there.
It's a flat, not flat top, but it's a roof. There is no guards on top of the house. What are on top of the house are 3 different sets of seagulls, one of which you startle
Fine.
as they go as they flock off, which causes the other ones to fly off.
Oh, so it just spooks the seagulls.
That is a natural 20 on the guard's perception check, and then for an
Stop it
insight.
Seagulls poke my head.
That is going to be at 11. So, okay. So, with how they rolled, there's a 50-50 chance that they can either tell that something spooked the seagulls up on the roof, or it's just them taking off. I will leave it up to you. Do you want low or high for your good side? So, 51 or above for them to realize, or for them to think that it was just the seagulls taking off, or 51 or above for them to think that something spooked them.
51 or above. That it was spooked.
Okay. So you want 50 or below for your good side.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
58.
Fuck.
They believe that something has spooked them. And from where you're at, you can tell that these two guards are heading inside as they enter and disappear from sight.
Fuck you.
You have one more wild shape for the day.
I
Yeah.
have featherfall.
They're gonna see me!
It'll be fine. I'm stuck in stealth missions. It's a terrible idea for me.
You're right, same. If I was a wizard.
They are from unseen movement. You do see, you do start to hear people near the viewing windows that are on the top of the house.
I can't see you at least. You're on the roof.
Yeah, so I'm up here.
Viewing windows that are on top of the house. Have you ever seen multi-story houses?
Yeah.
They have slanted roofs, but then they have those
There's the windows.
front-facing windows.
Oh, attic windows.
Yeah, the attic windows, yeah.
So,
So they have there's a attic window right here.
they are more towards the main house.
So is there anything over here?
It is just a slanted roof.
So can I technically just
So you're trying to hide. So go ahead and give me a stealth with disadvantage since you're on a semi-flat plane.
here we go.
You're in the last 10 minutes actually of the pass without trace. So
Remember, you're big. Tuck.
Disadvantage, right?
disadvantage. So you'll take that 11. So
One.
now the 12.
12, 22.
22. All right. First guard will not see you. I'll let you know that he got like just 2 under your stuff. And the second guard is there looking around. They open up the window. They haven't seen you, but you can hear their feet go onto the roof as if they're coming out the window. And with how you're having to stay in stealth, you can't afford to look up to see where they're at.
Let me see. Hold on. I need to see what this says. Paralyzed. Sorry, what's paralyzed you again?
Turns into a snake.
Paralyzed.
Oh no, wait, I can see it. Never mind.
Guards fall off the roof.
Can't move or speak. Okay.
Yeah, incapacitated.
So, hold action, hold person. If they,
If one comes nearby.
yeah.
So they are now each going to do an investigation. With
I wish I could see them where I was at.
her roll. She's going to actually be moving in the opposite direction from you, from what you can hear. Because it is a metal roof.
Yeah.
He, however, you can hear him vaguely moving in the right direction.
If I peek up, can I see them?
Just because of how high the roof is and how close to the building you are.
Let's see.
If it was a single story, yes, but since it's 3 stories tall,
You can only do 2 stories, right? Second story.
Well, it's if there's a tree, I can try to climb the tree. See if
There's
I
not
can
a
find
tree
and I'd be able to
directly
shoot him
against the
with an arrow.
So, like I said, hold person. If they get, if they get close enough, like, is this a corner of the metal roof? I guess.
so the
When I
metal
was still
roof goes corner,
You're
corner.
gonna
You're on the
paralyze
flat
him and make him
triangle.
fall off the roof.
I'm with,
You're on the triangle, so it diagonals up here,
Mhm.
point stops here, dials back down.
so I'm just,
Yeah, you're basically hiding on that front slope.
yeah. So would I be able to see him at least top of his head?
Not yet.
No, like if he approaches at least. Would I see him first before he sees me?
If he doesn't roll high enough on his perception.
Okay.
So, because you were having to lay as flat against that roof as you can, it's a flat plane. So the only thing that's hiding you is the fact that it's slanted.
Okay.
So you're kind of having to do this number to keep hidden.
Oh yeah.
Laying on your
yeah,
back
that's
as
what I
flat
was-
as you can. Which, with you being a kenku, it's probably you're laying on your stomach so your beak doesn't poke up in
Yeah.
the direction. So,
Nothing that can help right now.
You can dispel your familiar, you know.
I can.
Are you going to check on him before you do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna check on him. What is he doing?
Okay, so as you are checking on him, he's actually in a different room now. Looks like he is being examined by what looks to be a veterinarian. As they are kind of, you can tell that his beak has been taped, so that way he can't bite. And they're checking his wings and seeing, what's this quote-unquote exotic animal doing
For
over
all
here.
intents and purposes, it's a bird.
However, it is kind of in a common area, which, as you're looking around, Louis, if you could draw from here to here, so straight line from here to there,
Okay.
and then diagonal to here,
This one right here?
Yep. And then matching on here, and it's going to be a flat line up there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. 1, 2, 3 diagonal.
2 up, 3 down.
Right here?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then flat. And then do a rectangle here.
Like this?
Right here.
Oh, right here?
Yep. As that is another set of double doors. And then a small square here and here, those are doors.
Right here?
On the wall. They're
Oh.
doors.
Where?
So, middle square of the diagonal.
Uh-huh.
Just do a small square on the line. On the line.
Oh, the
Middle.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
That?
Connected to the wall.
Oh.
It's a door. So essentially, in this plan, and when you're doing a planogram, it'll be a small square that kind of envelops the door. So, like how I have these.
Oh, okay. So this right here?
Yep. That's a door. That's a door. There's a door here.
Right here?
Yep. And straight across from it. And draw just a straight line coming off.
Right here?
Yep. That door is open, which you can assume is where he was being held.
Okay.
And you can actually recognize the same wood from these doors from inside.
Okay.
As
There it goes.
it is a veterinarian taking a look at your owl. While it's still basically on a pedestal, it's not in the cage anymore.
Yeah.
You can see what looks like to be a guard here, and a guard over here, just kind of doing lax interior duty. And then what looks to be a couple members of the family just looking at this, now what they're calling a pet, as far as what you can hear.
Your fucking pet. Oh no.
But that's all you can see from your owl. If you want, you can dispel
But then
Yeah,
Yeah, it's sketchy
them. I was
though.
gonna say if you.
Oh, that's too sketchy. No,
All right,
I'm not
that's pretty
just gonna-
sketchy.
so you're not gonna dispel them.
I'm not gonna dispel
It may be the boonies, but they know magic.
them. Yeah,
All right.
it's only like proof that somebody's like doing some sketchy shit
Yeah.
somewhere.
There's some sus shit, man.
Anything you're gonna do?
Because we're about to probably find out anyways.
Oh my god. We have to find a way to unlock that window.
Not much I can do unless I want to try to.
Jump.
Well,
So
there's
can
nobody.
you can climb 20 feet without making a check. After that, it's an acrobatics check to get up to the roof. And with it being a 10, just a 10 foot, it would just be a DC 10 acrobatics.
Yeah.
Essentially, every 10 feet you have to climb is 5 after the first. So if it's a 20 foot, normally you would have to make a DC 15, 30 foot
climbing
DC
over
20,
costs
so on.
extra movement, make a running jump, distancing
So-
by covering just increased by 2 foot.
So what's your movement speed? because climbing up, I mean, if you don't get
If
rid
I
of
do it as a running start, my movement speed walking is 30 foot. And if I get a running start, I'll get an extra 2 feet added to it.
that's, I mean, if you're gonna
32
climb up, right, that's 30 feet. You technically can reach it because if you're just climbing like that.
So you already have second story work, which means that you automatically can climb 20 feet. So all you would need to do is an acrobatics DC 10 to fully climb up the 30 feet, and then just give me a stealth check while you're doing it.
Yeah. Because you
Is
still
it
have,
better to do that or try to use Steve's tools to open the window?
there's 2 guards right there.
It
But
would
would
be
they see me?
it would be easier for them to see you, and you still have a chance of a guard walking the paths. Just giving you the information that you've seen. Not to mention that they know that there's something out here that can do something to guards.
Let's try to climb this.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a stealth as you're moving out of cover.
No, because I draw attention towards that way.
And this is going to be the last use of, bless you, Pass Without a Trace, as it is now reaching the final hour.
On the die.
Plus 10, plus 4, so 26. So yeah. Any of them see? Nope. Nope. And then, there is a guard that ends up kind of walking past this trail as you're climbing up. However, he did not roll high enough to see you as you're just past his line of sight. So give me a acrobatics check, DC 10. So roll acrobatics. Yep. So 18 plus stuff will definitely let
Plus
you get
6.
past.
I have a 6 in my acrobatics.
Like I said, 18 plus stuff, you get it.
It's a decent
Whoa! Jumps up.
So
Still
with that,
stealth.
as you're up there, you kind of match as you make eye contact and you hide on that slope to not be seen.
I can't.
Give me a sleight of hand as you're having to make movements to get your bow and everything off of you. Give me sleight of hand.
Joking. Okay.
I thought you were going to do that to save as your action.
Sleight of hand.
Here we go.
That's because I rolled an 18 the last one.
Oh,
Before
don't
that
jinx
was
it, man. Oof.
8.
8 total?
Yeah.
That's cocked. And y'all will tie, so defender wins in a tie.
Oh.
So just barely, like he thinks, that, like basically the tip of your arrow goes over the edge, but he just thinks it's one of the rivets for the roof.
Do we still now? Do we? This is a metal roof. Do we hear him moving closer or farther?
You do hear him moving closer. As per his original investigation roll, it led him in the right direction, unbeknownst to him. She is now basically towards the edge of the roof on that side.
Mei Chen is
You
only
better
30
hope that
feet away.
if he comes here, you better hope he fails that save.
If he doesn't fail the save, my arrow's gonna get him.
But what if he makes the con save?
Then he's a fucking tough motherfucker.
Yeah.
Either way, if he falls, he's falling off the damn roof. You
We're just
understand this.
Yes.
We're gonna kill somebody even though we're not supposed to.
We won't. We'll bury
Supposed to
the
not
body.
kill the
Well, he
family.
specifically said don't kill anyone who looks important.
We don't know if he's looking for it. This is a really cool mini. I like it.
I can't make it up
My
to
next monk.
He said if you do have to kill someone, make sure it's no one important. He said he preferred no death, but if you have to kill someone, make sure it's no one important.
We can just bury them under here. Molders, right?
You know what?
So now what?
Okay.
So we only have. What's your name again? Sorry.
That I can't like pass through
Brody?
stone and
Brody.
stuff.
Brody.
Just kind of go.
I have minor illusion. I can't reach that
So-
far up though.
She rolled again on her investigation as she reached the edge of the roof, and it's still not sending her in the right direction.
Minor.
However,
illusion. You can make it
his is
like
still
a
sending
dog
him in the right
running through
direction.
the freaking thing.
No, I can't.
Open the
It has
hands,
to
there you
be a still object, but I can make it sound.
5, 10, 15,
I-
20 reaches the crest.
I'm
Roll
going
to
to.
attack. You held your action if one of them came close.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll see him.
You see him cresting over the.
Yeah. So roll. I'll wait if I also ready my action just in case they do.
Yeah. So this will go off first.
8 plus, what is it, 4?
8 plus 4.
12, isn't it?
That's your dex, right?
So yeah, you have plus 2 to dex. So yeah, plus 4.
Yeah.
Action.
Yes.
So yeah, plus 4, so 12. That will miss. So your action goes off. So whole
26,
person.
Yeah.
That is a natural 20.
Fuck yeah, he saves.
So he now comes up on here. He's
Oh, another arrow
up.
as fast as I can.
And because it is darker up here, he does have to make a perception check since you rolled high enough.
Pull
And
another
he
arrow as
will
fast as I
see you. So, if you want to break stealth, you can get one action off before he does something. But it will be breaking your stealth, which gives a chance for guards on the ground to see you.
So he sees us already though.
He does, yes.
I can attempt.
So, are you going to break stealth?
I shouldn't make too much noise, but
So, are you breaking stealth so you can get an action before he does something?
yeah.
So, if you could send Sam up, please. And what are you doing?
I'm gonna try to shoot him again.
Go for it.
Point blank range.
So, we'll be
I
with
should just reach up
disadvantage.
and go bam with the arrow. Can I do that?
It's an improvised weapon.
You would have less of a chance.
Yeah. So it is. So since they're within 5 feet, you still have to make it with disadvantage. Any ranged attack with a creature within melee range is with disadvantage.
Well, that's probably gonna be the lowest they're all.
So roll twice and see what you get. Because if you get a dire roll, it can come back for you. All right. So that is going
I
to be an
want that one
11.
to go.
So it'll miss as that goes off.
That one would have hit. Damn it.
So that is a natural 20 for this guard,
Fuck.
who spots you as you're standing up. This guard doesn't yet. Those two have a disadvantage.
Assistance.
So this one doesn't, but this one does. So these two guards
How
see you.
Does that one see me on
She's far enough away.
Yeah.
the one by the door?
She rolled with disadvantage. It was just because you stood up. It's ledge. There's a reason why it was with disadvantage. So they are now. We'll roll into initiative. Well, these three specifically. So.
To hit the, I'm about to probably fall off the roof.
Wait, is it Zane too?
Yeah, because Zane can.
Oh yeah,
They
that's
can't.
right.
They
spot
don't
these
know I
guards.
exist. But
They don't know he exists. They only know about me right now.
Oh, they only know about her?
Yeah,
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
but y'all are part of the party, so y'all roll into initiative.
Okay.
fucking decent roll.
Cool.
Okay. What'd you get?
13.
13?
22.
22.
9.
9? Okay. So, first off is going to be this guard, followed by Zane. Then it's going to be followed up by her, Louis, Ashley, and then this guard. Okay, so he is going to see you, and then he's going to realize the danger of fighting on a roof, as they're not stupid. So what he's going to attempt to do is use his action to try and kick to try and push you back.
Mhm.
So he's going to roll the hit. I doubt a 6 hits you. And then he is going to, seeing that he missed.
My acrobatics, I should be able to trip him if he does some shit like that.
Well, yeah, I have a,
So if an enemy or you get a nat 1 within melee range, it provokes an attack of opportunity. But he didn't roll a nat 1, so he is going to then run to get further back to let some other guards know.
Is he 10 feet above me, right?
Do what?
Is he like 10 feet above me?
You're on a slanted plane, so I would say like a couple feet. So this will be him, so you can take an attack of opportunity if you'd like. So 5, 10, 15. It has to be with melee.
Oh, yeah.
20.
So I won't be able to make an opportunity.
You can punch him.
No, I have quarterstaff.
Oh.
Well,
you
I have a
didn't have-
dagger
you
and
don't
a
have
short
a mount.
sword, but I don't have a mount. I have the bow.
Yeah.
So you can still punch him if you want.
Sure, why not? I don't care. I don't have anything for my reaction. It's a 17.
That plus your strength.
That is
Hit him in the
One
nuts.
damage.
hitting him in the nuts. Okay, that's a
That would be a nat 20. This is not a nat 20.
That is a 2.
A 2. So 19.
Small
Double hit.
creatures versus medium creature, and he's laying on the ground.
Okay,
So
Hitting him in the nuts is an
2 damage. You have a
accurate
plus
thing.
1 to strength.
I have plus 2 strength.
So
Oh,
3
it
damage.
not?
So yeah, you hit him for 3. He goes ah as he's running away. Are you gonna try and hit him with anything?
I
You
just
can punch
have a
him?
bow in my hand.
You have your arrow. You can.
Stab him.
You just won't get the proficiency bonus with it.
better
So
I
than
can
that.
try.
all right.
Yeah, I mean, you don't lose anything except for a reaction. And right now we don't have anything else.
So since it's an improvised weapon, you're going to be using strength. So what's your strength?
11.
So it'll just be flat dice.
Rolls.
13.
13. That will match AC. So defender wins in a tie, as he just kind of passes just off of him as he's running. Okay. Zane,
Ah,
you can now see her as she's standing.
yeah. I'm still stealth. I don't see me. Tempted to try to get into the building,
Okay.
but at the same time, I don't want to fucking run up there. I want to go to the side and try to stealth to the side.
So he's going.
So you're going to try to go through the window?
Yeah. Well, I want to go
Or
to the side of the
around the
building.
side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because does the hedges go along the side?
It does not. It goes into a walking path along the side.
Is-
And then it intersperses every 10 feet.
Could I make it to there? Is there not a guard over there? Do I see, or do I do a perception check?
You would have to get out from hiding to see.
Probably focused on me right now. If they see
Not
anything.
necessarily on the ground.
If they see anything.
So yeah, I'll try to make a bum rush to the bush so I can hide and then make a plan from over there.
Over here? Okay. Go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Don't
So you're
fail
going to use
me
your action
now.
to hide.
Fuck, you failed me.
And what is it?
I got an 11.
So, as you step out, she does spot you.
So this has become a shit show.
Yeah.
Fuck. It'll be fun.
It'll be fun, he said.
It'll be fine. Oh shit. I'm not.
This is why I said
So-
side.
Do you still keep running?
At that point, I'm gonna go through the window.
Oh my
Okay.
god!
Go for it. So,
Okay, we're splitting the party. We're splitting the party.
We are splitting the party.
bash through the window.
Like-
Attack roll.
But
Attack
hey,
roll.
he can hide inside a dark room. Or find a way out and hide.
Fuck it. Oh, that was not what I meant.
So it's a strength check.
Strength check.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Which will get everybody
Plus.
else.
Fucking go away, guys. I can't see it because
The goblins being the
It's a plus
distraction. Yes!
that's a 14.
Yep, you bust through that window. So, as you bust in,
How you doing, guys?
you have dark vision.
Clunk.
Huh.
So, as you bust in, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Wow.
There's no one in the room that you can see as of right now.
Good. It's a good thing. That's a
See.
19 plus 2.
There is a
21.
here. 21. So, since it isn't grayscale, there's a lot of things in this room. Looks kind of like a storage area.
Yeah.
But as your eyes kind of adapt more to the darkness, you notice that it's kind of like a small security area.
Oh shit.
And you happen to see a 3-foot vial,
Yo!
1 foot in diameter.
I'm gonna grab it.
Okay, so that'll be the end of
So
your
that's
turn.
what they're looking for?
That's what
we're
was described for you.
You can grab it and try to run out.
Oh my gosh! I just had a perfect escape plan. I knew it. Let's go!
Alright, so that's the end of your turn.
All right.
Don't you dare! I will fuck you up, guard!
And she's going to bonus action dash in through the window.
She won't see anything.
I just see her like
Oh!
coming in as soon as I'm picking up, like, fuck!
So, as she comes in, you notice there's a rune that lights up on the other side of the wall, and the light turns on.
Okay.
I just had an idea.
So-
We got this. Hold on. We can change this. It's gonna be Pink Panther now. We're not actually
She
no.
is going to raise up her axe and try to swing at you.
Mm-hmm.
She's able to dive through a window and attack.
Yeah, you move
Bonus
around.
action dash movement. The window is already broken, so she
Yeah.
didn't have to break the window.
What is it? What is it?
That is going to be a 12.
It misses.
And then second attack is going to be a 21.
That hits. Ah, bitch! So I picked up the vial, right?
For 9 damage.
Alright. I picked up the vial, right?
Yeah, I'll let you take your whole turn to go.
Alright.
Okay? That is going to be the end of her turn. So then it's going to go to you.
Okay, I just heard the thing. I'm already imagining. Fuck, this is not good. We need to find a way out. I don't know it's out down there, right? But
You would have heard him go through a window.
yeah, I know, but I don't know it's down there.
Yeah.
Yes. Bear with me, okay?
You're fine. It's fucking metal.
I had to go find my battle forms because it's CR1. Oh. And then I lost it. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec.
What animal was it?
A giant spider.
Okay.
This plan went terribly wrong, but this is not far off from like every other stealth plan I did.
Can you feather fall her down?
Yes, I can feather fall 3
Don't
people.
need her.
Huh? Why?
My acrobatics.
I can still
You're
just
still
make
gonna-
it easy. You could
It's
just jump
30.
off.
Yeah, but you're gonna take like 3d6 damage.
I'm
She wants to
pretty
take her full turn to climb down.
I'm still gonna try to shoot that stupid guard that's running.
Fair.
Nah, just
All
let
right.
him run away. We don't need him.
We don't need
We
them.
don't need him, but I don't need him making more guards come up on the roof while we're still
Yeah.
up there.
I have the vial. We can just run.
That
We
is
could
true.
just run. And we could take the path, because I know direct way, and we can get out through the gate very easily.
Yes.
But we still have to avoid the guards that are on the path where the body was.
He's gonna turn to a giant spider, which is big enough for both of us to ride on. He can just stop walking.
So you want me to save arrows and shoot as we're fleeing, and hope that none of them have arrows to shoot at us?
Yes. It's gonna be a full sprint away.
So don't get scared because it's gonna be like a spider just come upside down.
Ah!
Oh, look at it! So cool. So I'm just gonna go. All right. Bonus act.
Shit happened.
I was just like, this is not going well. I don't like it. Bonus action rage. Bonus action rage, and I'm gonna use my action to go into wall chip instead.
Okay, so
So you're gonna turn
Because
you already
it's not a spell, so you can wild check.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. So I rage, then turn into a spider, and then I'm gonna head down, and then I have 30-foot movement.
So you can get down to the ground.
Yeah, no, not get down to the ground. I see the window's open. How far is it down?
It would be 25 feet down.
So yes. So I would go in, and then 5 feet out of the window, you would see me hanging upside down.
Give me a perception check.
You get there in enough time to see him get hit.
Would blind sight let me see them?
It's light. You're just trying to see what's all happening in the room.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
There it goes!
It's right next to you, David. Oh, it's right there.
He's up to 5.
Yes. Still cocked too. Nat 20.
Yep. Yeah. That times 2 of your proficient or whatever spiders is
You just-
fine. You can see the vial. You can see the goblin. You can see the guard.
And I go at the guard.
And you just
Okay.
hit Venom.
I can't. I
You
used
just
my
see-
action already.
You just see my eyes open. What the fuck?
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
It's just a giant spider.
You're thinking to yourself,
It's your
please be the druid.
Please,
Sam, your turn.
Please be the
Come on, we gotta get down there.
So what do you want me to do?
I'm sorry.
You could just down there.
I mean, you just saw me retreat because you heard. We both heard the.
The fucking window.
Yeah, so I immediately went down. You said you
so
wanted
you're
to shoot
wanting
them.
me to go down.
Well, you said you wanted to shoot them, so it's up to you.
You can use your movement to jump down. Worst case scenario, it's only 2d6 of damage.
Yeah.
If you just want to jump.
Aim for the spider. Land on the spider.
No, I would do some damage to him too.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it would do half damage.
Jump and aim for the bush for cushion.
I mean, my thorax is still out.
Yeah. If you want to give me acrobatics for your movement to aim for the bushes, I'll take 2 points of damage off.
Just 2 points of damage if I don't succeed.
Let's go.
You got this.
You got this. I believe.
Fucking, I did not expect this.
So are you
going
gonna try and hit him with an arrow?
You can hit me with arrow and you can just jump back.
You can use your action and then your movement with acrobatics to
Yeah.
jump back.
Alright, let me try to shoot him real quick.
Okay, so +4. 18 will hit.
Yeah, let's go.
So go ahead and roll damage. 1d6 plus 2. And let's get a DC 13.
7 damage.
And he will fail the con save. So he is running, and poof, as he falls asleep.
On the ground.
Is he
Hope when he
he's
fell
not
asleep-
sliding off the roof, is he?
Did he fall in the center?
There's a 25% chance that he could slide off to either side.
Please don't.
There's a 12.
Oh no!
Even, odd, even. So he rolls over to essentially the
The not dead part.
essentially where it peaks here, it has a peak here. So he just kind of goes into the crevice right here.
I picture like the.
Had he rolled that way, he would have fell 30 feet,
Oh, yeah,
taking
died.
3d6 damage since he was unconscious. On top of the damage already done. But yeah, you notice him fall asleep and then pop up into the little crevice of the roof.
And then jump down, I guess.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check to aim for the bushes if you want to try and reduce the damage a little.
18.
18? Yep, so you'll hit the bushes, so 2d6 fall damage. So that would be 8 minus 2, so you'll take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the bushes and are currently prone.
On the way down, does she see the? Because
The spider?
No, not the spider. Oh, am I blocking the
I
little
know.
window?
Yeah, you're a
I
giant
know
spider.
that you're
I'm
there.
oh wait, that's
but
right. I'm a large creature. Fuck.
if nothing else, I can stand up and try to shoot the guard in the window while he's trying to flee.
That was your movement, so
Yeah, I know.
at the end of your turn, you're prone on the bush.
Bonus action.
I literally jumped and went, ha!
You can technically.
Bonus action can't be used to get up.
Oh, okay. Not even dash.
Oh.
All right. Are you okay?
Because you have to use your movement to stand.
You just hear in a corner.
All right.
They don't like Halloween.
Alright, so it'll be this guard's turn, and she's going to use her action to alert the other two, which they will come in at the end of initiative. And
Get the fuck away from me.
25, 30.
So, saw me shoot an arrow and jump, but didn't know where I went, right?
They just noticed that there's a ruckus happening over here. She saw where y'all jumped down. She saw him turn into a spider and climb down. So that guard knows there's something happening over here.
Yes.
And they come into initiative on last. She was last in turn. So they are going to follow. 25, 30.
That dude looks mean as hell. No matter what he is.
Hey,
Looks like a fire
So who
mage.
goes first?
it's a fire dancer from the
You're next.
Witchlight.
Well, I think whoever. Yeah.
Looks like a fire mage.
So that'll be their turn. Well, actually, he will use his action to shoot an arrow at the giant spider.
I'm in right here though. in
It's
this
on
window.
the wall.
Yeah, I'm under.
above the window.
Like I'm above.
So you're
the
above.
window,
You're
like right there.
so you use 30 feet of movement to get in.
Yes,
Okay.
because you said it was 25.
So then
and
she
30.
will have line of sight with disadvantage. Well, you'll have half cover
Yeah.
from her. So
I'm gonna move this. Half cover is plus 2, right?
cover gives you +2.
Okay.
That is a natural 20.
Fuck.
D6. So 2 plus 3, 5. That's going to be 10 points of piercing damage.
Nice. I only. What, you said 10?
10.
Oh, it's only 5 then.
Okay. And then she uses her second attack to just knock the next arrow. So, no second arrow coming your way yet. He'll use his action for perception. And he will see you laying on the top of the bush. It'll be the end of his turn.
Have partially gone into the bush.
You would have kind of
With the
fallen onto it.
Horse.
You're a small creature, so you've kind of sunk in, but
Just
You'll
chilling.
use it like a springboard,
You're a
so I just
creature.
roll off of it, land, and arrow.
No.
on your turn, sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
if they fail their cons, right?
So,
If I can shoot the one that's going to double
I was
launch
really
an
hoping you
arrow
would
at
have gotten your perception check right whenever you were a tiny spider, because then you could have seen it right in the back of the room. I rolled randomly. There was 50 rooms in this house, and so I rolled D100,
Mhm.
and it got this room.
Gotcha.
So,
It's fine. We got this.
It's a shitty room to
and
hide something
there's
important.
top of turn order, which was him. Let's see if he wakes up. He does not.
He hit pretty hard.
Your turn.
Okay, Zane, you know it's
Do I
me!
run
What are we
away?
doing, Brody? What are we doing, Brody?
Do I run? Fuck it.
You can grab
No,
this
you
and run
don't.
if you want.
I thought
Yeah.
you already grabbed it.
Yeah, you already grabbed it, didn't you?
Okay, yeah. So you can try and run if you want, but she is technically right in the window.
I have disengaged. Is she right in the way?
She is.
Can I disengage and run past her since I am small?
If you were just yourself, yes, but you're currently holding a
Another
medium
house.
item.
Bitch.
You can dodge, so she gets disadvantage on hitting you.
Can I?
That would be an action.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah, you can choose your action to dodge, so she has disadvantage.
Yeah.
She's in
But
the
you
window,
still
there's
can't get
nothing
past
else
her
I
in the
can
window,
shoot
though.
her.
Wait, so I have to kill this poor lady in the
Or
way?
get her out of the way of the window.
Fucking lady, get the
Yeah.
fuck
I
out of the
don't.
way.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be. I think she'll be able to pass my con saves.
I can't pull out a weapon because I'm holding it, right?
Yep. It's something that you have to carry with both hands.
So
If you're a medium creature, you could one-arm it, but with you being small.
So there's no possible way for me to get out of the window. With
If you want to try a DC 20 acrobatics check to get past her, you can.
Nope, not really. What the
you
fuck?
hold an action and wait until she falls.
I can
and
cast
you
Ray
can
of
jump out.
Sickness, but it's probably gonna kill her.
I mean,
Kill
you've
her.
seen these guards take decent damage so far.
Alright, I'm gonna
Oh wait,
cast
why did I
Rage of
leave?
Sickness.
I
So-
know my stuff.
You'll need your hands, because it has a somatic component.
Alright.
So are you going to set down the vial? Is your free action?
You can, and we could handle them.
Just let it
Alright,
go.
yeah. I'll
It's nothing to grab it.
be like, Ray of Sickness, fucking get off my case, lady.
Get off my
Okay.
case, lady.
And it's save? Or do you
I have to hit.
Okay, so go ahead and roll the
He
hit.
sounds like a goblin.
So wait, hold on.
Scroll back to your spells. Back to your spells.
It's right here.
I was going to say, if you go to your spells,
It's a
it'll
+4.
tell you your spell attack.
Fuck, that misses. That's a fucking 4-7.
7? Yeah, that'll miss. And it just kind of shoots off to the side of her. She just kind of looks back at you like, what the fuck? Because you're a goblin with a sword. She's not expecting magic.
I'm guessing I can't do anything after that. That was my action.
So that was your action. You have your movement, and if you have any bonus actions.
Pick it back up.
Okay, so you're going to use your movement to pick it back
Yeah,
up?
pick it back up. Since
Okay.
I can't really do much.
Alright, so it'll be her turn next. And she's going to try and grab it from you, so it'll
No,
be a
it's
strength
mine.
contest.
No, it's mine!
So she'll need to hit your AC first.
Alright, go for it.
So that is going to miss. That's going to be a 15.
Yes.
So she won't be able to grab onto it.
Don't do it again.
And then she's going to use her bonus action to slash at you with the hand axe.
Ooh.
That is going to be a 17.
Senpai.
17 hit.
Seven
Yeah, does it hit?
The
Yeah,
17
it
hit.
hits. It's a 16 on the class.
That is going to then be 8 points of slashing damage.
I still have 34 HP. I didn't know why. I didn't know why I was like, I'm gonna subtract 5 from my actual
This
HP.
bitch better die.
Okay. That is going to be the end of her turn. Yeah, she is not moving from that window. So Louis,
I attack.
you're gonna attack her.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see.
You don't want to grab the vial from?
I can't move. I'm literally just right there. I'm like, I go.
You can grab it.
I can't.
It's within your 5 foot of reach.
Oh yeah, technically.
I'll catch
Because
up.
you're technically right above her.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm just right there,
These are Victorian
Unless-
windows, so you had just enough room to go over.
so I can just.
Grab the vial.
Yeah,
Okay,
if
grab
he
it.
willingly lets it go. You can
Do you
willingly-
wanna
Will
wait?
you grab me?
Can I grab it?
Yeah, it'll just take a strength check to make sure you can hold on to it.
Can I?
I'm down. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
go for it.
All right, I'll go. Do I have to?
Can't you
hit
just
him?
grab
So
them
you
both
only-
to where he's technically holding the
Yeah,
vial?
that's true.
and
That's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
So it'll be a strength check on your end since there's a creature on it,
Okay.
and it'll be a strength, and it'll be a athletics check on your end to
Athletics.
athletics
Alright.
because spiders don't have athletics, so it's just strength.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck yeah, boy!
Let's go, dirty 20.
18!
Yeah, both of you make your checks as
So you
Take
can
me
run.
with you.
Yes,
Yeah.
she can't hit me because I'm
so
pretty far up.
she'll still be able to hit you
Okay, that's
because you being large puts you like just
Right
above
there.
her. So it will be an attack of opportunity on
fine. That's
you.
fine.
but-
That's totally fine.
Take me with you.
All
Don't
right.
do that again.
God.
That is going to be a 7, 30, 20.
Yep, it hits. I'm at 21 HP.
I'm at 27. Don't take a damage.
Wait, how much HP do you have as a giant spider?
26.
26.
You hit
Okay.
me. You hit me for 10, and I'm raging.
Yeah,
for
that's 4 points of slashing damage down to 2.
5. So 19, right? I have 21 left because you hit me once with the arrow from this
Yes.
lady.
So 21.
So
So 19.
19. I have 19 HP. We got the stuff. Let's go.
To them, all they hear is
Take off running.
I'm just a guy like, ah!
Yep.
okay, and it would be your turn next.
Yeah.
You want to just jump on them?
Yep. Yeah. Because
I can either jump on him or I can freaking
Just-
Run.
Well, I have dash and a bonus action with dash. if
Yeah.
I wanted.
I will use my
Or
action.
Could I shoot?
Yeah, just
Do it.
I could shoot
You can still
a
use your
guard
action if
and
you'd like.
jump onto him, couldn't I?
If you want to.
I'm
I
gonna-
mean, you can also just use your full turn as a run,
yeah.
which is 4 times
Which
your
would get
movement.
me out.
you can climb
Yeah.
the wall too, so you can.
I'll use the full turn as the run, which I
Okay.
guess would be a dash, right?
So a run is using every action on your turn to move 4 times your movement speed. So your second story work is a
What's
passive
dash
ability.
then?
Dash would just be you get your movement and then you get to move one more time. So it would be 60 feet.
Wouldn't 60 feet get me out?
It's like 100.
You're roughly 95 feet from the wall.
What's
Yeah.
the bonus action with dash then?
You get 30 foot of movement on your movement, and then when you bonus action dash, you get another 30 feet.
Okay.
So that would only get you 60 feet.
Okay. It's double movement. Okay.
And then you can use your actual action to dash again.
Yeah, I'll just run.
We're all
So
running.
full action run. So with your second story work, since you have 120 feet, you can actually climb and be out of the wall. With your full action, just running.
Yeah.
I'd be able to slip through the gate too.
Yeah.
Probably still be a little
Either
bit
way, I
outside of
would-
the gate.
You would know that by this point they have guards at the gate, so you would be better off
Just jump
going
over.
over.
Listen, and finding a place to where, if need be, I can arch an arrow and wait for them until I see them, so I can shoot a guard if
So-
anybody comes out.
As all this is happening,
Yeah.
there are going to be, for each of you, 3 attacks of opportunity from
Oh,
other
yeah.
guards along the path since y'all are just booking it.
All right.
So
We're all
we'll go
moving.
ahead. We'll start from Louis and go
I'm not going to
counterclockwise.
be able to do any acrobatics to dodge while I'm going.
No, because you are just full on just.
But
Do they have,
I
like,
am
this-
still small, so it'd be
Can I
harder
get
for
like
them
a
to hit
minus
me.
since we're
They're
full?
1 size category bigger. If they were 2 size category bigger, then yes. But
So since we're running, do they get like a minus to it or no?
so with a full action run, they do actually get disadvantage on ranged attacks.
Okay, I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
So
Ah! A goblin, a giant spider, and
Not even screaming. I just.
So going Louis,
Yep.
what's your AC? Because I'll just straight out tell you if it hits or misses.
14.
14.
Wow, that's actually better than I thought.
Misses. 1 hits.
Okay.
And another 1 hits. So 2d6 plus 6.
Ah,
That is
What's
13 total.
13
13.
for both.
That's both shots hitting you at the same
Oh,
time. So
okay.
13 total damage.
I'm still spider.
Let's go, let's get going! We better stay the fucking spider!
Ah!
How we gonna get across the
All
world?
right.
Right.
Now for Brody. What's your AC?
16.
That doesn't matter. The lowest was a 17 on dice. So first one hits. Second one, good thing it's disadvantage because that was a nat 20 on one of them. And then 13, so that's going to miss. And then second one will miss. So you take 8 points of piercing damage.
Whoa! I live, Red!
I'm
Really?
probably gonna get hit.
Yeah, it was.
I have a 13.
That one will hit. Second one will hit, but luckily it's not a nat 20 because I rolled a 15 and a nat 20. And the last one will miss. So only 2 arrows hit. It's going to be 13 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
As since you've used your action, you only have that dash.
Yeah.
So you're only 60 feet out. You notice that she fucking bum rushed up that wall and jumped to the other side.
That's fine.
So, are you continuing running while they're chasing? So each of you will have another 3 opportunity attacks. Or actually, you are 60 feet.
I'm out.
Can I
No,
bonus
you're
act?
out.
Can I
Yeah.
fucking make
it'll
sure I
only
get?
be 2 opportunity attacks. if
Can
you
I
get
Can I do
two.
second wind?
Yeah, go for it.
Let me do second wind.
You can do whatever. You actually aren't having to use your movement. He's your
Wait.
movement.
If I'm outside and I see any guards
do?
that are at the gate shooting towards them, can I shoot at one of the
So
guards?
y'all are running towards a wall.
Hold
There's
on.
not going to be a gate there.
I can heal myself. I
If I
forgot.
see a guard on the wall that's shooting at them, could I shoot at one of the guards?
The walls are only about 5 foot thick, so they're not standing on the wall. But if you want to use your action to second story work up to there and then use your action, you can at least take out one of the guards if you hit them.
1d10.
To give them a bonus.
It'll-
to give them
It'll
a chance
one
to
less
Yes.
opportunity attack.
I can do it. I can do it. I only have one more
So
second
do
level
you
spell
want to try?
slot.
This is D10, right?
to climb up on the wall and
Your
shoot
second
arrows.
story work lets you go ahead and get up there, so there's not a check, and then you have an action to shoot.
So how much HP do I have left?
Okay.
13, right? And I have minus 9.
10 points of
Uh,
fucking.
So you have
19.
6 hit points.
6 points. I can do it then. Can I have
Yeah.
Natural
20.
20, that'll hit, so go ahead and roll the damage, and it'll be twice the total damage.
Hold on.
So 1d6 plus what?
Get
Can I have
down.
another
Max.
So 8,
I just killed the guard.
16.
Do what?
16?
Still up, but heavily wounded.
Bitch.
Well, I
Not
don't
that
know.
one.
It's one of the ranged guards on the
It
ground.
should make him like immediately fail
What
a
next?
save.
That is.
I will give him disadvantage on it because of the damage. It's not going to make an automatic fail.
You said I have max 6 HP, right?
Yes.
So
I am.
What are you
I
doing?
booked it out, but I'm still helping y'all. You're gonna see a
You
guard.
can't
just-
cast spells. in your
No, I'm not
spell
trying to
sheet.
cast spell.
Oh, what are you doing?
It doesn't count as casting a spell, but as a bonus action while I'm in wild shape.
You
as
see a
ninja,
guard that's
I
about to
can
shoot
expend
you
a
in the
I can
spider.
expend a spell slot to heal myself in wild shape.
So,
It's not a spell. It's an ability.
I was going to say, but you're having to use a spell slot. That's
Yeah,
the
but-
big thing. You can't use spell slots in wild shape.
Yes, I can. But that's
I'm
that's
about
I'll allow it for now. I'll check for future cases.
yeah, because that's
but-
I'm a moon druid, so
I'm taking
yeah,
out
that's what
one
I
of
do.
your guards,
Nice, thank you.
so you'll only have one opportunity attack.
Disadvantage on the save. And he will sadly save. as he got 12 on dice. The lowest is DC 13. So with his modifiers, he's gonna stay awake.
Would he at least be injured enough that he couldn't shoot at him?
No,
Or
It'll be with
lost
this-
his attack?
no, as he's still standing.
If I shot him in the arm and he
No.
lost his bow for a second.
No, you have to do
No.
Battle Master.
I'm trying.
You're good.
I'm trying.
You're trying to put him to sleep. You're doing your job. No
Yeah.
worries. So it's gonna be 2 attacks of opportunity on you, 2 on you, both with
I tried.
disadvantage.
Run!
At least he's disadvantaged.
Yes.
6.
He's bleeding
And
heavily.
what's the AC again?
14. Wait,
He
is
probably has an
is it-
arrow
wait,
in
is it
his
their
chest.
turn?
He's
Because
I'm not
bleeding
doing
Remember,
heavily.
you're using your turn to fully run.
No,
It's
I
like, I'm
didn't
doing
say
my
that.
job.
I was just gonna use movement and
I
then
did.
that and then action.
16
I didn't use my
damage to
bonus
it.
action.
He's hurt.
I wasn't
Okay.
gonna go for a full run because I can hit 60 feet because you said I was 60 feet away from the wall, right?
Okay. So you're not just full running.
No, I have.
So
60.
that won't give them disadvantage on you then.
Oh,
A full run gives you that disengage bonus.
that's fine. I'll use my combat wild shape to heal myself for 2d8.
Okay.
I would do 8 and 8, 9, 10. I heal 11 HP, so I'm at
I'll be
17
fine.
HP.
So the 2 opportunity attacks go off on you. Are you doing anything?
Can I do anything?
If you want to
Other
give me an athletics check to see if you can hold on to it and free up a hand, you can.
No, it's not worth it. I don't
Okay.
want to just drop and be like, oh, we have fucking situations worse.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So the 2 attacks on you are no longer with disadvantage.
Okay.
The first one is going to be a 14.
So miss
Oh,
because
shit.
it's 14.
Yep, defender wins in time. And the second one is going to be a natural 20.
That's gonna hurt. Like a bit.
Yeah.
6, that's going to be 12 points of piercing damage.
Snow spider.
We're still a spider.
And then disadvantage.
I'm
Well,
I'm
since he's no longer
trying.
doing
Yeah,
a full
that's
run,
good.
it's just standard
That's
attack
16.
on you.
Why you
That's a
gotta use
natural 20.
Quit
Oh
using
my
your good
god.
dice.
And that is cocked. And that's a 16 on dice.
That's a Kaiser.
So,
One hit.
well, that's on dice plus
Oh.
stuff hits.
Sorry, you just said 12, so it's
No,
16,
you're good.
Low damage.
So that's going to be 6, 12. So 12 from the first arrow. And then 7 from the next one. So 19 total.
I'm looking pretty bad, but I'm alive.
All right. So with this, you successfully get out of the wall, and I'm assuming y'all are just
Oh yeah, we're going.
poking it.
We're
Just
running.
poking it.
we're all
Poking
running.
it. All right.
Away, finding a place to hide to where they can't find us or
Alright.
see us.
So, as it'll take them a moment to even get over the wall themselves, by the time a few guards get over, y'all are already well down the street and running away. And as you finally feel safe enough being far out of town, I'm assuming y'all didn't stop running until you're like a mile or more out.
No,
Oh,
yeah, we're not stopping. Oh, dispel your owl too, just
Oh, yeah.
just to fuck up. Boom.
What do I see through their eye? What else?
So, as you're looking through his eyes, most of the guards had actually left, and your owl is just trying to find a way out.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah!
Boom.
So let me give a perception check.
Yeah, go ahead and give it. Oh,
That's a natural 20. So yeah,
Holy
he finds
shit.
the open door,
Fuck
finds
yeah.
some other ways out, and he eventually finds a way to get out.
he knows where you are. Remember.
Yes. Dude, I'm gonna dispel.
No, no, just keep moving. Just keep.
What if he leads him to us?
You're right. You're right, Zane. You're using my brain cells.
So with that, you have successfully escaped with the item. You give it some
Slightly
time. You
bleeding,
still
but
have
we did.
2 more days
Yeah.
to meet back up, so you give it some time for the heat to die down. You meet up with with Bartholomew, who congratulates you on successfully retrieving the heirloom
Without killing nobody.
I did
As-
not take
Without killing anybody.
without killing anybody.
Well,
He does hand over the rest of the gold that he owes you,
yes, let's
so the
go.
rest of the 140.
Just sitting there.
And
That could have gone so much
as
smoother.
he thanks you,
Uh-huh.
he his hands that are gloved
Uh-huh.
drop out of the
Oh.
sleeves as he takes off the trench coat, and inside the trench coat is 3 kobolds, who then each get off each other's shoulders. And Bartholomew, we greatly appreciate you. We wouldn't have been able to steal this ourselves. And when he says that, they grab it and bolt.
I don't care.
Hey, what's
Wait,
in the fucking?
he gave us the bag.
What's in the fucking? What's in the money?
Rocks.
Fuck. They book it.
They
I
booked
turn
it.
into a tiger.
grabs Arrow as they're running.
Well, it's fine. It's fine.
It already gone into a burrow, and you're more than welcome to try and chase him down in the cobalt burrow.
Shit, something.
Who's down to go after some kobolds? I think we'd fare better against some kobolds.
I mean, it's more than it's 3 kobolds, but how many are inside the den?
So by the time
then we
yeah.
pull
by the
a
time y'all
goblin
would have
hunter.
like seen them walk off with it, and y'all open up the bag, it would have been too late for them to already be into the burrow. Y'all know where the burrow starts, though. So
what you're
maybe
saying
a
is we need
revenge
to pull a
shot
goblin
later on.
hunter.
So
We need some
later on.
oil casks
Well,
and some fire.
So maybe in the future there'll be a revenge shot.
When we're better, stronger, more spidery.
Everything said and done, you
We
did
did
win
it!
the one shot.
Oh, shit.
We did it!
So
Ah!
before we head out, I'd like to give one more big shout out to our associative partners over at the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo. Thank you all for helping out where y'all can, and if you find yourself in the Amarillo area, make sure to stop by. They'll know the Dial sent you. And again, you can always check them out on their Facebook community pages, eBay, and call them over the phone. They're more than happy to do work over mail. But until next time, guys, thanks for watching.
Bye!
Bye.